What
Guess what?
is up?
We are live, and we got the bus driver over here trying to convince me to take it easy. He came up here. He said, "Hey, take it easy on me. I'm gonna come up on your show." That's all. Hey, he's here. Explain what you're talking about, Creole. What you talking about?
Hey, we got us a little deal. Got us a little deal going Sunday morning. We just gonna have to see. I mean, I am feeling confident. I am feeling very confident. Of course, I always do. But
You're supposed to.
Creole, you haven't lost a 1v1, have you?
Nope. So
Undefeated.
far, undefeated.
He only went against Ryan Bortz, and he just had Ryan Bortz had flip phones, trying to do live streams.
Well, I'm just gonna say something. Coming from that same area that Creole come from, there's this little thing down there called little voodoo, little New Orleans, Louisiana magic down there. If you look at every single one, when he was supposed to face Hagen Grubbs, something happened. With Brian Bortz, his phone and the weather, boom, boom.
Twice.
So they're always, even in the couples tournament, there was quite a bit of the rest of us having all these kind of mysterious issues. So I'm just saying that's something you got to watch out for.
Do you know when me and Creole were supposed to see each other? We were supposed to see each other last week. Yeah. But unfortunately, he did a voodoo prayer to call a storm, man. So he could not face me this weekend.
Twice in a row that's happened to me. Because whenever me and Lyle were supposed to face off, we had a hurricane come through. I had to delay it for a week. And now, me and J-Dog went off without a hitch like it was supposed to. And now you and I, we had to delay a week because of another storm. But that is typical summertime in Louisiana. August and September, that's always our time to get storms. Every year, never fails. You know, we're used to it.
Yeah. Small town, yeah, that was a good idea. I looked at it. I got some plans that I have in the works. I see we got Fishing Chick is in the house. Valerie is in the house. John Parker is in the house, guys. Everybody, John Parker's PayPal is in the description below. Make sure you guys go click that if you can. $2, $3, $5. Send him a super chat to his PayPal. Let's help John get an iPad. Get a new iPad, because that's how he does all his editing. You know, he can't see very well, and he helps the community out immensely. So let's help John out and help him get a new.
What Haz is talking about is Operation New iPad for Mr. John Parker.
Absolutely.
So we'll be posting that PayPal link in a bunch of our lives and everything else. You'll see it in a bunch of ours, and that's what our new operation is, because let's face it, like Haz said, he spends a lot of time doing that for all of us.
Yep.
And we can all give a little bit back to him.
I had planned on fishing with Mark today, and I was going to announce it then on my channel. But father duties had to kick in. You know, wife had to go to work. So, you know, I got to take care of the kids. Fishing, not going to do that. We'll do it another day. But, yeah, we'll start here today, right now. And then I'll be out one day this week. I may be from the bank with my brother. I'm trying to get my brother out there. I'm trying to figure out what day he has off. He doesn't know yet, but hopefully we can get my brother out there.
Tim Lena.
That's right. Yeah, much respect for Mr. Parker. We have much respect for everybody. Everybody out there is just awesome people.
One thing about us, one thing for certain, two things for sure. Ain't no disrespect, nobody. We love everybody that come through here. We love everybody that support everybody. We love everybody. Even if you don't support us, we still love you.
It's all love. Ain't no hate over here.
That is motivation.
It's all love.
Catfish communication community is number one.
Absolutely.
Look, I've said it many times. You know, I live far and away from everybody else. You know, I'm kind of down in my own little area down here. And look, it's a really good excuse to fish with people that maybe I normally wouldn't ever get a chance to fish with. You know, this sometimes it's as close as I'm going to get to fishing with somebody in the same boat. So, you know what? Every opportunity I can get.
Yeah, that's true. Even when we're fishing in these competitions and stuff like that, it's like we're fishing with each other out there on the water, you know, across the country. You know, it's great. And it's even better when the fish cooperate, but sometimes they don't. And, you know, we just go out there and have some fun.
Well, for anybody that hasn't fished in one of these yet, what you don't see behind the scenes is everybody giving each other the business. Of course, that's what you do. But at the same time, somebody has a question, everybody helping the other person out.
Yeah.
You know, whatever they need. If something comes up, we'll do whatever to help that other person out so they can make it there fishing. We want it to be, you know, fun. And like I said, you'll see us behind the scenes on the Facebook group. There's usually a Facebook group where we kind of chit chat back against each other, and you will hear business like you never hear. But at the very next sentence is, y'all good with everything though? You need anything? And if there's a question or anything, bam, 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 everybody's in line to help. So.
Yep. Uncle Jeep, even the trolls, and yes, Fishing Chick, I love you too.
I seen that, but my phone went off.
Yep.
Look, I have to give it to like the entire Potomac crew as a whole, especially y'all two. Y'all talk smack like nobody else I've ever seen. I love it. I absolutely love it. You know, some people are polite and they're not into that game. That's cool too. But man, I love the smack y'all talk.
Hey, Creole. Hey, I got Creole the other day. We didn't make anything public. I know Creole don't have the time to be sitting there doing shorts and stuff like that. So we talked trash behind the scenes, and I gave him one the other day. And he said, "Oh man, I got to tell you, that was a good one."
I was crying. You know what? That was a good one.
Valerie said, "Brian B, you only love me for my biscuits."
Man.
One
second. Biscuits, Valerie.
All right, Creole. Valerie sent me the pictures of the biscuits, and I couldn't share it on the thing, but I shared it to our Facebook. Yeah. Everybody was like, "Oh man,
like, are those Valerie's biscuits?" And everybody, that sounds so dirty.
We still talk about your biscuits, Valerie.
Yeah, Valerie. I can't wait to taste your biscuits, Valerie.
I want you
to get to talk about food.
Look. See that right there?
Bumping rod. Oh, he said he's going to be his current.
That is going to be my weapon of destruction right there, buddy. Not been beaten yet.
What weight do you use
when you're bumped upside your head?
It depends on the current speed, but a lot of times the current's fast enough. I use 4 ounces, anywhere from 4 to 8 ounces, depending on how fast that current's ripping.
Cannonballs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do, and I finally got the molds where I can pour my own cannonballs.
Nice.
Absolutely love them.
So
James,
even in
Yee, what's going on, James?
Even in that huge current down there, you're only using 4 ounces.
Well, it depends on how fast the current is running and exactly where I'm bumping at. If I'm bumping out in the main current, no, 4 ounces isn't enough. But if I'm over more towards the seam, I can get away with 3 or 4 sometimes if they're not running wide open. But I've had it to where I've been bumping with 8 ounces and my boat is still moving back.
Uh-oh.
Uncle Lou's
what's going on in chat here?
What's up, Jeff? He gonna say, "Bro, I got a fresh shine tonight."
Yes, I have to say it is.
Yeah, it is. I did it yesterday though.
I was gonna say that's why we were a little late tonight. Brian was all taking care of himself.
He was doing the magic shave on his head.
Uncle Lou say he got his bumping rod right beside him.
Don't tease me with that.
Loose bumping rods.
I bet they are nice.
Yeah, I haven't tried bumping yet. That's one thing I have. Just the area that I fish. If I bumped, it would get snagged up, so I wouldn't even mess with it.
When you're first,
Rex, I'm not going to even reply.
Obviously, rigged, break off. That's how it is. Once you get good at it, I'm telling you, you're not going to want to put that bumping rod down. I'm telling you.
When you're bumping, do you still have other rods out, or do you just only use that one?
I am not coordinated enough yet to suspend rods and bump, but also where I bump, the terrain is like this, up and down 15, 20 feet at a time. I can run suspended rods.
Is it muddy bottom or is it rock bottom?
Actually, it's rock revetment in the bottoms, and it's sand on the hills. So it actually changes every time I go up and down.
Okay. You know what, Uncle Lou? How much I got to send you to ship the bumping rods out here to me, and we could test them out on the Potomac. Since he want to bump, I'm gonna bump him too. Then
we know what Creel's strategy is gonna be. Brian, what is your strategy going into this? What you gonna be doing?
My strategy is to go catch more weight than Creo. Point blank period. And I'm telling you what I'm doing. I don't care. It don't matter. I mean, it's the luck of the draw. I'm a griff. I'm an anchor. I'm gonna see what works and where I'm gonna get the fish at. Point blank.
Yeah.
I might drift all the way down there to you, Has. Good job of trying to get me fired.
I'll tell you exactly what my strategy is going to be, because I did the same thing. I'm going to bump, and I'm going to find which hump those fish are stacked behind.
That's what I say.
If you see me stop and start throwing my anchoring rods out, you fix my
yeah,
you in trouble.
Throw those anchoring rods out, you are in trouble. That means I'll find.
I got somebody down there though, Creo. They're gonna be walking the woods with you. So wherever you going, where you anchor up at, you ain't gonna see them. They going in the water. Cut that anchor rope. You think you're gonna be anchored up? Trouble in the city.
Local 336 saying, is it numbers or biggest fish? It's total combined weight, right?
Total weight.
Is that what you guys decided on? What's up, fellas? How you doing?
What's going on, Mark?
Hey, there he is.
What's up, Mark?
Uncle Lou said, now I gotta send them bumping rods.
Uncle Lou, don't worry, Uncle Lou. I don't have a current to be bumping nowhere, so I'm good.
Well, no. I'm gonna be honest. That sturgeon that we caught it bumping.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Did you snag it or did you catch it?
No, it came up. Dan actually had hooked it, and then when it came up, it had wrapped around the line. Had wrapped around the fin. That's why at first you saw. Yeah.
I didn't notice how it was hooked. Somebody said that it was
in the mouth and then the line wrapped around it. You lucky that the line didn't break wrapped around that sturgeon because they got.
You got lucky. Yeah, you got lucky you didn't lose it because they're sharp as hell, man. Well, the bigger ones probably aren't.
Well,
like
that
monster 40-incher that I caught that yours made look like crap. He was still pretty sharp. I was like, damn.
I know, right?
I felt like crap too. I felt bad.
I had fun fishing for him. I'll be back for him. But you guys can't legally target them. Only if you catch them by accident.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm in the works of being in contact with the guy that's running. Blah, 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 blah. I'm getting in contact with the people that are running the research, the sturgeon research here for the James River.
Awesome.
So I'm going to be really finding out some more information about it. And if I can, I'm going to be trying to help out with, because they go out, they do netting for them and stuff. So
yeah. That little one I caught, it peeled drag like a mofo. I can't imagine what that big one was like. That had to be crazy. Well, I saw it. It had to been crazy to live
through. Two Stands is changing his channel name now. It's going to be Two Stands, the Sturgeon Slayer.
Sturgeon Slayer.
Anymore.
It is just when you feel it, like I said, I've been fishing almost 50 years, and I've caught big fish of every species: saltwater, freshwater, big pike, muskie, bat, everything. And I have felt nothing like that. I mean, I've had saltwater fish just run drag out, and it still did not feel like that, because we had a 100-pound test, a leader, and the drag was set pretty good. So I mean, it was like I said, it was just, I was speechless. It was just.
What kind of leader are you running? Because whenever I've like tried to tie leader with line that's that heavy, the knots get a little sloppy. You know what I mean? It's hard to get them cinched down.
It's a 100-pound slime line leader material.
Okay, but it's leader material specifically, right?
Yep. I do on some of our other ones. Some of mine, I got a 80-pound, just regular cheap 80-pound line. And you got to just really work the knot right. You got to be really proficient at tying the knots to get it to go right, and tie simple knots.
It's all got to slide probably into place, because I know a lot of guys that'll run crimps for that weight, but a lot of guys either hate it or they don't. I don't.
Especially with leader line, you get into stuff that big. I've noticed that some brands of line tie knots way better than others. I love big game, I do, but their big, thick leader lines, very hard to tie a knot. Stan, that slime line he uses, I use the similar. They tie great knots. Cat King saltwater leader, that's my favorite, ties a great knot, even though it's big diameter. I actually have some 150-pound leader that I use in certain situations. That's about the biggest you're going to tie a Palomar knot in, and actually feel good about it. And
you have those concrete slabs near the dams and stuff that you got to worry about, right? What did you call them? Where they're like big slabs they lay down on the bottom?
That matted revetment.
The matted revetment, yeah. You got to run something like that. I wouldn't run braid if I was in that kind of water. It don't work.
Braid on my anchoring rods.
Yeah. No.
Well, we actually started switching over to that big of a leader material, mostly because of Dan and Stan 3 fishing the kayaks. You'll see a lot of times what they got to do is grab the line, they'll get it to the leader, and then they'll grab the leader to get it.
Yeah, you got to use that leader to land the fish.
So so you want to have as sturdy a leader as possible.
Yeah, I can think of a time this year I had a big old flathead on this year. I'm going to make a short out of it probably this week, or I'm going to try that. I left my net in the truck. I went to lip him. He kind of moved his head, shook his head. As soon as my hand hit that leader, it popped. 50-pound leader just popped right in half.
Yeah,
broke my heart. I think you can probably hear my heart shatter in the video.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's no difference as far as catfish are not leader shy, so there's no. Yeah. If you're going to use 50, you might as well use 80.
Yeah, that's what I use.
It's not going to make the difference on as far as them biting.
Yeah,
yeah,
but it will make a difference at the boat.
Yeah, definitely. I use an 80-pound leader.
This is 80 right here on a 9-aught hook. That's
what kind of hook is that?
Cast King that I use right there.
Circle hook.
What kind of hook is that?
What brand?
That is a 9-aught Boss Cat.
Boss Cat.
It looks kind of small.
Every circle hooks, they have different, the circles. They all. Every hook is shaped different.
Yeah, slime line shows well. What a life. To see what.
This is what I've been using
in the black light. Look at Palmetto Caps. He just did.
These are Reaper
last week. He
did one. That's got a nice big gap. I like that.
Yeah, I've been using these a lot.
But it's got a bent shank though on the top though, right? The eyes bent back. See, I don't care for those.
The eyes bent back.
Yeah, I like the straight shank ones, but I've just had better luck with them. I've had a hard time with like the Gamakatsus, that are bent like that.
That's my other go-to is Gamakatsu.
Yeah. They're good hooks.
That's when people are wondering what octopus. That's what octopus is right there. Is the eye being bent?
Bent. Okay.
That's the difference. When the eye is bent back like that, that's an octopus hook, and when it's straight, it's obviously straight.
Yeah, that's I do mine.
I'm like Palmetto. Coming from Palmetto Island. I appreciate that, Uncle T.
I think the band, as long as you
I'm sorry, we
right,
talking and the chat is talking and they going and going. I don't want to forget them because without them, we'd be talking to ourselves backstage. We got 6. You got Yee.
Lance Makugai, the Gamakatsu octopus is great. Yeah, I like Gamakatsus. That's what I used before. Now we've been using pretty much our whole setup is Uncle Lou.
We got Uncle Lou. We got the sweet lady Miss Valerie in here. We got VLB Fishing. I said 336 Tim Molina. Rattle Trap in here. We got Carbon Down Under. We got D. D can stay up.
What's up, D?
But Chad, we got night.
We got S4. S4 is in here. James K is in.
And Tim Molina says he asks if he's the only one that uses the hotchies. I know a couple guys that use them to like them. Chris Souders swears by them too.
Those are the red hooks?
Yeah, well, they're red, or you can get them in either color.
Okay.
I think that's what Team Catfish uses for theirs too. They buy them from them, I believe.
Yeah.
Roger Muskrat Adventures and them use Daiachis.
Yeah, and then what's the name of the rod company that's making hooks now that Jonathan uses? Somebody just gave away one of their rods. Rip and Lips. I think they get their hooks from them too. Don't quote me on that though. It's just what they look like.
Lisa. We got Takedown in here.
You mean these hooks
are good?
Let me tell you something about Team Catfish.
These hooks right here, as a matter of fact.
Are those Kales?
These are Kale hooks.
I was about to say that's what it looked like. When I started doing fishing and targeting catfish, I would Team Catfish, everybody else, Team Catfish. And I would look and say, why is nobody, as I start getting in the chat, why is nobody talking about Team Catfish? Is their product not good, or is their product?
They just don't. They don't advertise as much because they don't have to. They've been around forever.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, I went and bought a shirt. I bought the long sleeve dry thing. I had the hoodie.
The owner, I forget the owner's name.
Talking about him.
The guy who manages their social media lives out here. Another buddy of mine's one of their pro staffers, and their pro staff deal is pretty good. They give him like 50% off, I believe.
Wow.
It's been a while since he got stuff, but I forgot the owner's name. But I know Eric is the social media manager. He lives maybe like 15 miles from here. I see him on the river all the time. He doesn't do the videos. He just manages, I think, their Instagram and their Facebook stuff.
Oh,
well,
let me hold on a second. I'll take a look at my group. You guys keep talking. So
they are.
Nobody's saying nothing. I said I'm not trying to start no trouble. I'm just like nobody said nothing because I was buying catfish stuff like crazy, and then it was like, okay, no. It wasn't.
I think I'll tell you what it is.
No, but I was like, nobody's saying nothing, so I'm not gonna continue to buy it. I go to
Team Catfish. Team Catfish was kind of like that first brand that was like it was targeted specific catfish.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So everybody, that was your choice. Then all of a sudden, the other companies started coming in and targeting catfish and the Gamakatsu and everything else. So
where's this thing? The owner has a channel called Old Pops, Fishing with Old Pops. I'm looking for his name right now. He posts on my group all the time. Jeff Williams, that's it.
And
Jeff Williams is the owner of Team Catfish, and he's got a channel called Old Pops.
Got you. I didn't say D was in here, I don't think.
Hey, Chad's in here.
Chad, yeah, why are you in my chat? Why are you in my chat, Chad? I told you I got a restraining order on you. Look at Mark.
I just can't wait till the weekend gets here, man. It's gonna be a lot of fishing this weekend.
I am I'm going to try and get out this week. I found a new bank spot I want to try out that's like tucked in between some houses. It's a public spot, but nobody ever fishes there. Or the times I've seen people fish there from my boat, they've caught fish. So I might go live for there, but that'll be the only chance because I'll be at home doing stuff. I'll be watching you guys on Saturday, and then I got the deal on Sunday, which is going to be, all morning. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'll be out there Saturday facing off around Boyce. That's going to be 7 to 2. Then Sunday, I'm just going to be sitting in the house watching you guys go at it.
Cannot wait.
Hey, Chad said, I ain't scared of your restraining order.
Anymore. I think I'm gonna do some bank fishing too this week. I haven't done any bank fishing.
We got to get. Why can't we get Chad up to 1,000? We got to help him get to 1,000 this weekend. Him and Hooks and Hammocks.
I think the Chad and 1,000 subscribers. I think 1,000 subscribers got a restraining order on Chad. We
got it. Everybody, Chad, you got to come in.
You can't get to it.
Tell everybody you love them. Let's get Chad. If somebody can drop Chad's channel in the group, meaning in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody?
That's right. I have probably
told them. I bull crap you not. Me and Chad went back and forth with these shorts. We fished against each other. He called me afterwards. Me and Chad had a good conversation. We had a conversation in the middle before we even went and had the tournament against each other. And Chad is a stand-up dude. I talk trash to him because that's how he like it. If I talk to him nice, he's not going to accept me as a friend.
It took me a while to get used to it. I see everybody picking on Chad, and he's like a little brother to me, and it makes me mad. It really does. It makes me mad. Like, leave my Chad alone, but he just keeps coming back for it, so I've kind of stepped back. Before, it used to really upset me, but now it's a little better because he brings
I'm with you, Mark, because I feel the same way about Chad. He's I've probably recommended and shouted out Chad's channel, and specifically that one video more than anybody else.
The Kentucky double hook rig.
That's it.
Yeah, I would use it this weekend. I would use it this week, Chad, but I'm only going to be fishing in like 2 feet of water, I think. So,
and I use it.
Chad is the original. He's the OG of multiple streams in a tournament.
Yep.
Started it.
5 fishing tournaments. Yep.
How we doing this right now? Chad realized that you could do it on whatever concept, and he started it.
Chad is an influencer,
and with not even being a 1K channel where he could have super chats. How many dollars were raised?
It was a lot. Yeah,
it went to Creel. You ended up winning that one. It went to the Autism Foundation, and but amazing with no super chats being able to be given. That was all through PayPal, I believe, right?
Yep, that's right.
And to have that much money raised with just being able to do just PayPal, that was crazy. So hats off to Mr. Chad, my good friend.
One thing for certain, 2 things for sure. Chad, though. But we had fun with it. He took me to court. I got something earlier today. Y'all don't even know.
Yeah, we had a court session because he was claiming that you cheated.
See, I wanted to tell everybody that, but Mark said, "Hey, let them know."
I ruled him in contempt of court.
Ruled him in contempt.
I got it.
So that's where the restraining order came from.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you kind of like that was harassment. You wait 3 weeks and gonna file a complaint? Come on, man.
Oh man,
hold my beer.
Chad said he almost stopped at the golf place near his house.
Well, see that other one that.
That has a short written all over it, Chad. Show up at a mini golf course with your fishing pole.
Definitely should do it. Definitely. I was gonna say turn that into a short.
Mm-hmm. Sounds to me is kissing golf for Chad's butt, so Chad used him as a caddy after Sunday. No, see what I'm doing. What I tell you last night, I told you, I checked on them. Chad is doing his job. He is teaching Creole the routines of golfing because his ass is gonna be out there with him too.
Ouch. What you gonna do with the bus?
The closest
we're gonna paint the bus Potomac River blue and put some potatoes on the side for the haters in the back so they can kiss the bumper. And we going down Cat Con.
Man, I love me some potatoes. You know
I think what you should do is there goes the hater blockers. All you gotta do is throw the hater blockers up.
Look at that. I sent them all the way down to Creole. I sent my hater blockers down there to Creole just because I knew it was coming.
If you do win, you know we're gonna do that Dumb and Dumber, and we're gonna dress the bus up like a potato. We gonna
you sent the hater blockers down to Creole, huh? All right, let's see what side you floating on. Don't worry about it. Reel your ass in too.
Even in the thumbnail for Sunday show, he's got his sunglasses on. He has the hater blockers on.
Yeah, that was a nice one. I like the look at head to head. Brian looked like he was looking up though at Creole.
Yeah, I was because I take a picture by yourself. I mean,
you took that by yourself?
I took that and sent it to you.
That worked out pretty good if you took that yourself. I thought you had somebody maybe yourself.
You should see the picture I'm gonna take when I whoop Creole. I already got one.
Total weight, so no funny rules, like no side bets, no nothing like that, nothing. Straight up.
Total weight.
Total straight.
It's gonna be Creole's 8 big fish versus Brian B's 100 dink fish. What's gonna win?
Yep.
Yeah. And I might catch a pig, and that's what's going on.
Brian, when you fished against Chad, how many fish did you have, and what was the total weight on all those fish? I know you remember.
No, I don't.
You had 20.
I had 23 fish, 22 or 23. But it was
guys, give me a second. I can look. I got a spreadsheet for the whole tournament here. Give me a second.
But you gotta remember, going with Chad, I had objectives to make. I had goals. I had 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. With you, I have a different point. I gotta get some big fish. I got a whole different method. I told you I'm drifting. I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm drifting down the river. If that don't work, I'm gonna anchor up in the deep water. And then if that don't work, I'm going to my deep magical hole.
Magic deep hole. You had 22 fish for a total of 97.3 pounds. Yeah. Chad had 7 fish for a total of 74.2 pounds. So, but that's not what the game was. The game had those other rules. So
it was points. I was going for the points.
Dang, Brian, you didn't even break 100 with 22 fish, man.
Nah, I went. As you know where I went. I went to Dink City and went right up. I started out at Dink City just to get my numbers up. At least I had most fish. And then I was like, okay, if I got most fish, regardless if you catch a big fish, I'll still have most fish that weight might average close to what he got. And
Lyle's in the house.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Lyle?
What's up, Lyle?
Catfish Weekly. Oh my!
Polar bears in the house.
I got a message the other day. It almost made me cry when I was going down the road. I got invited to be on Catfish Weekly.
Heck yeah, good for you.
Ooh, that's big right there. Congratulations.
I said, oh man, I'd be honored. That is
congratulations.
That was an awesome invite. I didn't know what I said. Hold on, I gotta check. I didn't want to say yes and then mess it up. I said I gotta check because I know he got stuff going on in school, and we got there. So I will be on Catfish Weekly next month.
We knew it was a big deal for him because he was like, "Oh, listen to this!"
Oh my God, dang! I would have never thought
that. He was definitely excited for that one. He definitely is loud.
What? Invite me on Catfish Weekly?
Yeah. That's big.
Lyle making dreams come true.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that was awesome, and I definitely appreciate it.
at least something is going to go your way that week. At least you know that. You got one thing that's going to go your way.
Yeah, that week.
One.
But this week I got something else going my way. Foot up your hind pops.
Oh,
No, I don't think so, brother.
Come get some.
I should see if Ryan's up. Like, Ryan, you up?
Tell Ryan, get his butt up here. He probably on the water trying to
He on the water, yeah.
Ryan's out in the kayak right now. We messaging.
Does he even have a house?
His house is on the water. You know how people have a boathouse? He has a kayak house. He just built a house on his kayak and he just lives out there.
His property line is what, 12 feet by 32 inches.
When Creole get over here, he gonna go in and say, I don't know what I got myself into. Please call for another storm. He gonna one more storm. It's a 2-storm policy.
We got to have a show. I got too much stuff to give away, so someone's gonna have to fish.
If you got a fish and waiters, it's going on Sunday.
They got the fish and waiters from the bank.
But no,
And
it's definitely all love. I definitely am.
I do have to do that, though.
What?
Before Sunday, I do have to put my boat back together, though.
All right.
What'd you do to your boat?
Right now?
I have the ignition switch and everything pulled out of it to try to get that key made from when that Asian carp broke my key off in my ignition. So I got it all apart right now. I got to put it back together.
Is the key actually stuck in the ignition, or did you get it out?
It was, but I got it out. It took a
You got
little.
it out?
I got it out.
You know, you can order replacement keys just by reading the number off the old key, and they'll send you the right key.
Well, the key that broke off was a spare key that didn't have the numbers on it. I don't have
Didn't have the numbers on it.
Yeah.
That sucks. What's up, Polar Bear? What's up, Jeff? I'm sorry. I'm chat going and we chatting.
And I see Snake River out there. Snake River. What is a good time to call you tomorrow night? I was supposed to call him the other day. We were talking about sturgeon before, and I'm trying to talk to my good friend Snake River out there.
You talking about Snake River? What's up, Hector? You talking about Snake River, the catfish slayer? That's going to tell you about sturgeon because that's all he go for.
Hey, you know.
I just sent Ryan a message. He said he's driving home from the lake. He'll jump on the driveway.
Yep. See?
He's at the lake on his way home from the lake.
You sent him the link?
He's out there fishing. Let me check the Fisher Chaos app, see if he caught up to me yet.
I'm about to say.
I didn't want to think that I forgot him.
I'm gonna talk some more trash to him. Nope, he hasn't caught up to me yet.
Man, you know, Coco's been sick, and we gave her some medicine to take care of her, and she's well, and she won't leave me the hell alone. I got to let her out real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Polar Bear, you caught your PB?
On your rod, Brian.
On my rod. See?
All
I'm
right.
going to tell you something. Becca. How you doing, Becca?
Yeah, that's the
What's up, Becca?
And she always say, I say it twice, and she say, how you doing, Brian? Becca in the building.
That's right. We all love Miss Rebecca.
Absolutely.
Uncle Lou say,
Look at that.
Mercury.
I'm checking my rig.
Man,
I don't know if y'all can see that right there. The camera won't focus on it. But that would have cost me fish right there. Y'all see that bent hook point?
Yep.
Look at that. See, it's a good thing I got this out to show Brian because that would have cost me fish right there.
Don't worry about it. Throw that joker out there.
No.
Guys, check your rigs, retie your rigs, replace your hooks.
Just for you.
Hey,
Make sure
they know what I do. Before I'm going fishing, I retire everything. So I don't need
Me
them.
too. I just hadn't
I
had
don't
a
take no chances. It worked last week, but it might not work this week. Let me retire everything. Lead a line.
All the rigs up from after last week.
It was Muskrat that said it, but he said the best way to catch a monster fish is to be ready to catch a monster fish.
Yeah.
Check your hooks, check your lines, check your knots.
Because the moment that you don't, something's gonna fail on you. You could have been using that same leader line catching 10 fish that morning, but it got a nigga in somewhere. And then as soon as the big fish hits it, takes it down,
Boom.
you feel the pop.
I lived it.
There's nothing worse than your leader line breaking and you losing a pig. You know it was a good fish. It's happened to me several times.
I ain't have a pig, but if y'all remember in that tournament, I was like, oh, this is a good one. Man, I can feel a head shake. And that joker came up to the top of the water, and that joker went back down, and I seen the tail. It was a nice size. I said, oh, my goodness. And I kept feeling the head shake, and I'm like, oh. And I reeled down, and when I pulled up again, the release of it was like, that's what I was like, oh, it came off. I don't know what was what. And I can't remember after the fact because it was a drilling rush. Can't remember if it was one that had a bead and a spinner rattle on the end of the hook or not. So I think I'm gonna have to reevaluate and I'm gonna go back and watch the video. I watched it again today, but I didn't pay attention to what it was. But if that's the case, I'm gonna take that off.
All right, Snake, I'll call you tomorrow night.
Do you think those things really matter, the rattles and stuff?
I've had plenty of success on everything that has a rattle on it.
I haven't had a difference. I haven't noticed a difference. Well, yes or no?
I use the spooks, so they have a rattle in it, but I don't add another rattle on top.
Yeah, when I'm dragging baits, I'll use them. But if I don't have enough current in the river, it gets all tied up. So I try not to use the floats if I'm anchored up.
Yeah, that's how I do mine, but I only use one.
Yeah,
I don't put two. But I just got one Saturday. I had a fish, and he had the he was hooked so deep. One rattle was in his mouth.
I've had that happen.
Yeah,
like, he was just.
I think the rattles can make a difference. I know they can't hurt, but I think they can make a difference because your fish, your bait fish, they give off a vibration like that. It's a frequency that they give off. So I think that rattle kind of imitates that. All of them do, like crayfish, anything that's in the water is giving off a little bit of a noise. So I think that rattle, especially in waters like the Mississippi, where it might need a little something extra to get noticed, I think it helps more in situations like that. So I think that's where
it's just like we hear it as a rattle. But in the water, they don't hear it as a rattle. It's vibration.
Right.
They think it's a bait fish.
Yeah, it's like a thump. It's like
or whatever. They're swimming around, so they're alert. It alerts them to look and see. They see that bait. They smell that bait. They go attack it.
It's like that car thumping down the street is what it is to them. They can feel it coming before they hear it. I think if they hit your bait and it rattles and it goes off, if I'm talking about cut bait, I think they're more apt to come back for it a second time if they missed it.
We got a potato slicer in here.
I want a large fry.
What's going on, Ryan? Who?
You know what?
Well, Ryan, we were talking about. Yeah, should we see what Ryan's doing? And somebody said he's in bed. We're like, he ain't in bed. He's on the water.
Ryan's out there on the water right now.
Just now backed in.
How was the bite out there today?
It sucked. I got like 7 fish in 5 hours.
Ooh.
One of them was decent. One of them was 37 inches, 36 inches.
Okay, so you got one upgrade. I was like, let me see if he's beating me in the app. Oh no, bite wasn't that good.
That's cool how you guys can use that for that. I wonder if we can use them on our channels for the tournaments.
It costs $3 an angler, I think is what they charge for it.
How much?
$3 an angler.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, to register on there, yeah, because you could do, but no, because you could have the free ones. But no, I think it still costs $3. Even if it's free, it's still $3 to register. Yeah.
That Fishing Chaos app, anybody can use it. Like you don't have to be in a tournament to use it, and
Yeah.
you take a picture, you send it in, and it keeps a log, a digital log.
But that's going to be the key though, because when you're doing these live streams, if they don't have two phones, I mean, they'll have to use that phone and keep. And
okay, gotcha.
Coming off to take a picture and then putting it back up. Yeah, that's going to be the only thing.
Yeah, it'll just freeze their picture up for a second while they're taking their picture, and
so you can't just like log your weight on that app and then call it a day. Like if it's a weight tournament, it's only for length. It's only for kayaks.
I believe length is the only way you can enter.
Yeah, I don't. Kayak Mike would be a good one to get up with on that. He can run the crap out of it, man.
Yeah.
Now he did say, Mark, he did say that because I had him on a live a few weeks back to go over the bank tournament. He did say that if you get a group of people together that want to have do a tournament like that, that he has kind of some because he does so much with the kayak with the Chaos app, to get in touch with him and he could set something up for you. So.
Well, I'm thinking, we're all doing these tournaments and stuff. There's no reason why we can't. If there's a web, how we share page, we'll share a page on the View. If we can have like a central app that keeps track of everything, it could definitely make it easier. The only time there'd be a problem, it'd be like, when I'm doing these, when my anglers are doing funky rules and stuff, which I kind of like. It adds to it a little bit. That would be kind of hard, but like standard tournaments where you're just talking weight or fish count or something like that, if there's an app that they can enter that'll show it on a web page somewhere, I think that would be cool.
Hey, can everybody say hello to Christina for me, please?
Hello, Christina. How are you?
Hello, Christina.
Hello, Christina.
See, babe, I told you to get acknowledged.
Hello, Becca. Becca's in there. We got Jeremy.
Becca got acknowledged. Can't nobody deny Becca.
I'm going to share the screen.
That's funny. Rebecca and I were just talking about that, the Mr. and Miss. If you were in the South and that's how you grew up.
If Christina would go out and fish with me, we would.
Brian, add that screen that I just shared.
Where you at? I don't see it. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I grew up. Is you had to say Miss or Mr. to everybody you spoke to.
Yep.
There we go.
So this is the app. They do it by length though. So it's all done by inches. But you take a picture and post it up.
No, are you the only guys using it, or are there a bunch of different tournaments that use it?
A lot of people use it. Bass people too. There's bass tournaments on here that you can join and everything like that. So
cool.
But yeah,
the thing that Dan did was sharing the spreadsheet on Google Docs. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if our viewers, all of them are, tech savvy enough to know how to go in there and do that.
Yeah, this one it keeps it easy, and then you can go in and I think you can see the picture from here too. Yeah, you can see the
pictures of the fish.
Yep, that's that 51-inch fish that Dan caught. This thing was a beast.
That's what's wrong with its tail? Holy smokes!
That thing is a beast right there. It's 71 and 70 pounds.
That's the biggest fish ever put into one of our tournaments.
That was the longest.
When those blues get old, their tail does that. It's not a real pronounced forked tail anymore like when they're younger. That's a fish right there.
Yeah, you can see it's an old.
Oh yeah,
definitely old fish.
Yeah.
Hey Ryan.
Yeah.
Why did you leave your board the other day? You trying to get a head start?
So our flathead tournament, our regional tournament that we do, Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky, this month's tournament is one flathead, one blue, and one channel, the biggest you can catch all month. Ooh. So I went out to a river bank fishing the night before and took my board and put it in the truck and unhooked my kayak so I would have my board to measure my flathead if I got it. So when I got to the boat ramp, there was like 8 people at the boat ramp lined up, and I hurried up and got all my stuff together and jumped in front of those people and launched before me. Well, I forgot my bump board in the truck. I didn't even think about it until I had
caught that fish. Yeah. I was like, well, thank God he don't got that fish.
That one and the one I got today would have probably caught you for real.
Yeah. Yeah, you're close. It's been the struggle out there for me this last week. The day I was out there on the water, I only caught little fish. I didn't catch nothing big.
Other
But
than
I did upgrade some of my under 30s though. I did upgrade.
My entire month-long score was one trip so far, except for that fish today. I put up a great score in one trip, and then I actually had that skunk in the 8-hour tournament. I skunked all the way out in it.
Yeah.
I was going to go to the Ohio River and do some bumping for our little deal Saturday, and with all this rain, it's just not happening now.
It's gonna be too. The current's gonna be too crazy. Yeah.
Too much trash in the water.
Have you bumped out of your kayak, Ryan?
I have, not on video or not on live. I've not seen anybody do it live yet. Nobody's did it live or on video in a kayak yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now
We'll
I
get her
did
done.
it, man. I get it together, and I actually caught a fish while bumping in the Ohio River on the kayak, but I wasn't on video. So
how far are you from where Mike Greenwell fishes? He'll take you out there, put you on some bumping water.
Well, he's probably about 2 hours from me, something like that.
Yeah.
The thing is, I mean, I can bump. Bumping's not the problem. Bumping from the kayak is the problem because you got to have good current for bumping.
Yeah.
So you got to get that fine line and having enough to be able to bump, but not too much to be able to handle with a kayak.
Yeah.
You know, well, what about dragging a chain?
That would probably work. We've actually did that as far as spin fishing and used a chain for slowing us down.
Mm-hmm.
Spin fish some areas before, but
as long as you got enough current to float that bait, you can bump pretty much, right?
Yeah, but with the Ohio, about 2 mile an hour would be ideal.
2 mile an hour current is what you guys are looking for. See, we don't even have that current. Like now, the current's back to like a 0.4 miles an hour on the Potomac River. Only time it gets up to over that is after rainstorms. You'll get to that 2 mile an hour stuff, but now it's just back to the slow current.
I don't want to cut anybody off, but there's What a Life, one of the hosts from this weekend. Between him, Michelob, and Bob from Fins and Finds.
Great job.
Awesome job.
Great job. Awesome.
The final totals.
I couldn't see the screen. I couldn't see the screen, and I could barely hear this weekend. So that's how come I was kind of quiet. I was trying to get on some fish too. It was a rough day because the way the river flows, the sun's behind me the whole time, so it's right in my phone. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
So it was rough.
All the way up at the very front of my kayak, so I can never see that thing.
Yeah.
I keep that thing at the farthest point away from me, so you guys get the best view. But then I can't read it.
Right.
Hey, now let me ask you: you use an iPad too, right?
Yeah.
Now, what phone are you running?
I have so I have an iPhone, but now I got the Ultra 21, and I've been using that to do my live streams on.
You know, I got that iPhone. What is it? 11 Pro Max, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And I can use the hotspot and look at YouTube, but as soon as I start up a StreamYard, it cuts off the connection to everything on the hotspot.
Well, the iPad that I have is cellular too. So
okay, so you got that.
All right. Hey, give me 1 second. Eric and Mike T.
Well, guys, I tell y'all what, I got that's trying to go to sleep. I thank y'all for inviting me on. I'm gonna catch y'all later, guys. Y'all take it easy.
Good night, Creel.
All right, Creel.
We'll see you soon,
Any
bro.
parting words, bus driver?
Hey, there's no seat belts on the bus, so you
hold on. Say it to my face.
You see me now?
Yeah.
No seat belts on the bus, so you better hang on because you're going for a ride.
All aboard.
All right, Creel.
Good night, buddy.
I see you throughout the week, though.
All right, y'all. I got to get out too. I'm soaking wet. It's been pouring rain all day.
All right, Ryan.
Get warmed up, buddy.
Man.
Appreciate
We'll see you on Saturday.
Good seeing you, Ryan. Good luck Saturday.
And post that video up too on your YouTube channel.
I don't know what the Potato River gonna do to you, but you might get, like you.
Just saying.
You hear me, Ryan?
French fried.
Yeah, we're gonna make French fries out of that tiger river.
Mike T.
All right, man. Peace out.
Mike T and Eric. Let's be respectful, man. Calm down.
Yeah, Jeremy, they have iPads that you can get on your cell phone service too.
It's not that serious. If y'all want to crack jokes on each other, message each other.
Did we ban some people? Do we need to ban some people?
Nah, we're not gonna ban them, but they just need to calm down. Eric,
yeah,
calm down.
I'm a mod in Kayak Catfish's lives, right?
Yeah,
man, and he tells you to ban everybody. I'm a banning mofo. Talk about getting aggression out. As soon as someone talks some shit, drop the hammer on him and go. And he's happy for it.
He's like, hide him. Don't even time him out. Just hide him from the chat.
Hide him. That's it.
It get heavy. Oh, he told.
And he gets happy when you do that. He says, "My mods, Catfish and Crappie doing his job."
He
what?
Said, Kevin is my number one moderator right now because he got your ass out. And Kevin, if you see another one, kick their ass out too. And if they got a problem with it, you know what I'm gonna tell them? They can kiss the back of my ass. I said, God, that's my guy right there.
I remember there was this one guy saying he was gonna super chat like $100, $200 or something if you gave him a shout out. And then he ended up, finally read the comment and shouted him out, and then he never did the chat. He was like, "Well, where's the bed?" Then he's like, "Hide his ass, get his ass out of here." Yeah. He kicked his ass out. That shit was funny.
What's going on, John?
What's up, John?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
It looks like he's the only one out fishing right now. He's the smartest one of us five.
He's doing better than all of us.
I was, but they want to bite tonight.
Oh, okay. Man, what you got right there? Is that a lure in the background?
Oh yeah, I got my fish pole back here. That is a swim bait.
Oh man, swim baits. Yeah, be careful with them treble hooks, man. Them
I actually caught a bullhead on this thing tonight.
That thing looks like something you go for tiger muskie or something, man. Big.
Dead fire tiger. You can't go wrong with that color.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a good color.
If you have yellow perch in your waters, that is one of the best color choices you can ever make.
That bait is too big to throw in my waters. I'll never get a bass to eat that thing.
Look at this thing here. This is a beast right here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a swim whiz.
What are you fishing for, pike?
Whatever bites it.
Yeah.
They're big or go home, right?
He's fishing for sturgeon with that thing.
I don't care. If it's got fins, I want
it. John said, I catch anything with a head and a tail. Anything in between is a plus.
Yeah, anything between the bonus.
I'll end up doing that when I'm like trolling for crappie. I'll catch anything except damn crappie. I'll catch like a 6-pound bass at one time, walleye, a bunch of pike. I got a tiger muskie once, a little one. It's like everything except what I want, but it's still fun to do. Talk about lazy man fishing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I remember years ago, Stan 3 was just little, maybe 5 years old, and we were going catfishing in the river, the Delaware River, up in New York, and I wanted to get the stuff set up. So I put one of those big Fire Tiger deep diving baits on there so we could cast the crap out of it. I'm thinking he ain't going to catch anything with this giant. So he's casting and I'm setting up my stuff and he's like, got one. I'm like, oh, yeah, good. I think he's just feeling the weight of the lure against the current because we were fishing in heavy current. So I'm like, oh, good for you. And I'm still doing my stuff. All of a sudden I hear splash, splash. He ends up catching this walleye. A giant swimming bait. Wow. I mean, it was a huge walleye. I couldn't believe it. And of course, he rubbed that into me for like years about how he caught the biggest walleye.
That's what I was hoping to catch tonight. They're not quite into the shallers yet, but they're moving in.
They were on the weed edges a couple of weeks ago here, and I was getting on them that way. But that's a pain in the butt fishing them, trying to get them out of those weeds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Lake Erie's so big. I mean, it's hard to pinpoint it from the bank.
Yeah, I imagine it is.
Yeah, that lake is massive.
Hey,
Oh
Mark,
yeah.
I was watching Mike Chavez rope video on how to make a rope lure to catch the gar, and I was seeing what that was all about.
Was it Mike Chavez or was that Weekend Angler? I know he did one on that too.
He just did one recently, but Mike always told me that he made one
a while ago. Yeah.
Did
So I
Josh
went
do
back
the
and
did
found it
Josh
on-
do the video on how to cool the
Not yet. He's working on it.
Okay, I
How
thought
to
he
catch
said,
it.
he said he was going to get the stuff that.
Yeah, that's. I was talking to him before I came on here. He gave me a link to go get some more stickers because I just ran out. So I kind of redid my logo real quick, and instead of an oval, I'm going to have a circle, and I got to get
These
that.
ones, these are 5-inch ones. They're massive. $50.
No, see, I wanted so I can. I just wanted so I can fit it like in a standard envelope and be done with it. You know what I mean?
What's going on?
Oh shoot, that's the thing. I didn't even check to see if it fits in the standard envelope.
Standard envelope.
You can always get a Manila envelope.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that
8
ain't
by
no
11.
fit in there. Now I
I
gotta get
mean, I'm not bragging on nobody or nothing, but I did get Mark stickers. Like Thursday.
Dude, I need to start writing down who I send them to because I'm like, hey, did I send you? Didn't I ask you? I'm like, did I send you a sticker? Like, Jesus Christ.
I'm the same way.
I'll send
I'm
you
like-
one too, John. Once I get them, I got 2 left here, and they're going to Patriot James today because he was looking for stickers.
Yeah, I got
Hey, Missy.
a couple left somewhere in my. Ow!
I got to trade. I got to do a sticker trade with you, Haz. Once you get them to fit in an envelope, we can take.
Yeah, I gotta get the envelope. I was just thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, this ain't gonna fit in the envelope, so it looks like I'm going to get some new envelopes.
Oh man!
You heard what?
And I
hey,
got like,
y'all see what-
I have like
y'all see what
5,000
Becca said.
envelopes too. So.
Becca said shipping supplies is important.
Yeah, I got shipping supplies, but I didn't think about this new sticker not fitting, and I don't want to bend it. You know
how we tie jigs over at Panfish Nation? I bought like 50 envelopes to send those jigs because every time we tie them, we give a set of them away, each one of us on a Saturday. So I'm set with those. I got stacks of these regular envelopes that I want to make sure these stickers fit in. And then I got a bunch of other stuff here for business.
If I go to a bigger size envelope,
John,
you got to put more postage on it.
You don't come on nobody else.
I don't think you do. I think as long as it doesn't weigh over.
Okay.
I think as long as it doesn't weigh over an ounce, Haz, you'll be all right.
Okay, cool.
You talking about I want a sweet doggy sticker. Haz is the man. Only reason he's the man because he goes sweet doggy.
Yeah, well,
I tried to do that on Saturday, and the crowd went quiet when I did that shit. I'm like, I'll stop doing that.
Man, Harris knocked me out last night.
Hey, Mark, when you said it, I was sitting there. I told you I was sitting there looking at the tournament today. And I said, when Mark said it, I said, God damn. It sounded like me when I said it. I said, I ain't say it.
I'm like, all right, we're going to try it. I got to say something here. I've been quiet all freaking day trying to catch fish. All of a sudden, I'm like, sweet doggy, sweet doggy.
Yeah, that is Brian B's ringtone right there.
Oh,
nice.
You cracking jokes? You cracking jokes.
And for everybody thinks that Haz just does that like online. No, he'll do it. We'll
We do it out. Yeah,
we are all in a group chat, and I'm throwing shots at Brian all the time backstage.
I get voice messages. I want to ride. Stay to do it in the voice. No, what I was saying was, I want to ride.
That's all we've heard now since Saturday is Brian. I want to ride. I want to ride.
I was like, I'll let you get that ride, man. I was gonna give it away.
So you got the rod on Saturday? Is that what it was?
Yeah,
I didn't even hear that.
I came back from down like 8 fish all the way to tie it up just for him to pull out this fish shouldn't even counted. It was so
What's up, J-Fox in the building. What's up, J-Fox?
Now, technically, it should have went. I think it should have went by weight. So
no. In reality, it was really no pressure because I ain't trying to be funny or nothing. If you go back to Thursday night when y'all drugged me out of bed to come up and Has jumps off for the live. It was most fish that brought the most money. That was
right.
And I would have won it regardless if me and Has would have tied because I had multiple fish.
You had bigger fish.
You had bigger fish.
Yeah, I was telling Brian, I was like, if they decided to go to a fit, an overtime, I'd have been like, Brian.
Yeah, I would have won anyway. And then Has won.
I wasn't going to do another.
It was my day.
I just can
and whoop him.
I just can never seem to catch the right fish at the right time. Because who caught the two biggest fish of the whole tournament?
And you still lost.
And I still lost.
That's like when when Stan caught the biggest fish, the most fish, and the smallest fish against.
He still lost.
He got his butt whooped.
I'm just happy I didn't come in last. That was a rough day. I was happy I got something.
Yeah.
Happy.
But Mark, you know what? On a day like that, $4,000 raised for Make-A-Wish. There's no losers there at all.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you something. I don't care about the rod or anything. Fishing out there for what we did was epic, and it was against and not saying against. I'm saying with
right
with Mark, with Stan, with Has, with Chunky, with Muskrat, with help me out.
Ryan Boyd
was on there. Kevin was on there.
Kevin on Palmetto. That is epic. Me personally, I ain't been on that stage. I begged Bob, like, hey,
man, I consider all you guys my friends, man.
Let me get in on that.
Yeah.
Only way I got on that is because Mark had something to do for work.
2.0, Magician 2.0.
Was like, okay, yes, I'll do it. I was honored.
Hello, John Parker. John Parker.
Yeah, when Bob first asked me,
I consider you guys my friends, so I was fishing with my friends that day, Brian. So.
Absolutely, it was an honor, man.
Exactly,
it was definitely an honor, and for that reason, we had a blast.
Oh, without a doubt, and it was so all the people and everything was positive. The chat, the people fishing, everything was just that's what it's all about.
Yeah, we raised money for kids, and that was my main goal. I lost it now. If Has would have got me, I was like, dang.
When you caught that last fish, I heard that. I'm like, oh man, Brian is going to talk some trash with this.
I said, Dink Lives Matter. I didn't look at it as I was going against Has. Everybody else put it as that. It was more so I did want to catch the most fish and to be Has.
Hey, so let me ask you guys this. So, instead of a Joey, you guys going to start calling him your caddy?
The caddy for the golfer.
For golfer Chad.
I mean, that's on Chad. Chad is, I made him the golfer, and everybody ran with it. So
that could be a side bet. Loser has to go play a round of golf and take pictures.
That's funny.
That will be funny. And don't say fork. You gotta call the person name out.
Rebecca saying we're all up there saying "sweet doggy," and her little pupper dog is sitting there looking up and around. Like, who's saying that? Who's saying that? Uncle Jeep says, "Nah, Stan came in second."
What's up, Rondell?
And I was talking with I can't remember the exact words, so I'm gonna mess it up, Rebecca. But Rebecca's, we all heard Rebecca's story about her beautiful little niece. They're twins, and
it definitely was.
But she heard what we were doing. Her little niece that received the Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
She heard Make-A-Wish, and she was so excited that she said that she was so excited that she just like lit up. It was like she was so she heard about Make-A-Wish, and she was just so proud of it, so happy about it. So that was I was awesome. I was almost in tears again talking to Rebecca about it on the phone today.
Yeah, what we not gonna do is have your ass up here crying tonight. I'm with you, Mark. I'm with you.
All right. You know what time it is. Where is Snatcher at?
Snatcher had he had a family situation, so he had to go make a move. And
well, I hope everything's okay with him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good,
yeah.
But it was just he had to go handle some family business.
But he told us go ahead and go on.
He said, "Hey, bros, I can't make it. Go live, yeah." I said, "Okay,
yeah, all right.
Yeah, Snatcher style."
I had to go find me some envelopes that was gonna fit my new stickers.
Uncle
now
G
you're gonna dwell on that stuff all night. He'll be laying in bed. I gotta go to Office Max. I gotta go to Office Max.
It's already coming. I've been on Amazon looking for.
Oh, you already ordered the stuff? Good for you.
Yeah, I'm ordering it right now. I just found some.
Yeah,
because I wanted to get these out tomorrow, but they'll be here Wednesday, so I'll just mail them out on Wednesday and get it all packaged up.
Rondell in the house. How's it going, Rondell?
I do not want to have to.
That's amazing. That's right. Thank you. Yes, her little niece heard that we had raised that and said, "That's amazing," and her sweetest little voice.
I love hearing stories like that. People send me pictures of like their kids in the catfish and crappie hat and how they like watching the stuff. You just have no idea who's out there looking. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah, definitely.
Tell Melina, you're not getting a hair sticker because you just keep calling it the Potato River.
Nah, I'm messaging him now, but I'm telling them to email me your address though, because the thing about it is, if it's not done through email, it may get missed.
That's why I started a darn spreadsheet to keep track of all that stuff, because you get everything going through email, messenger, text, all this stuff.
It's like crazy. If it's done through messenger and stuff like that, then it's probably gonna get missed because
then now
do all my mailing and everything. I go look and check my email.
You want to come up?
Address and messenger is hard.
Over life, if you want to come up, I can send you the link.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about the
tournament
as far as a host aspect, because you were definitely part of putting this thing together. Right?
Yes, Dale, I got your email. I got like over 100 emails, so I got a lot of stickers to mail out when these envelopes do come in.
You know what the awesome thing is though? There's all these events going on, and each one is just different enough that it's like, oh, what did I miss?
It's a fully loaded baked tater.
Fully loaded.
Fully loaded.
I will say that is my favorite potato. A fully loaded baked.
Amen.
It's delicious right there.
Man, I ain't never had a potato I didn't like. Fried, mashed.
That's what I'm talking about.
Uncle Lou said it's the Potato River, and they took that and ran
with it. It's all Uncle Lou's fault.
Yeah.
Uncle Lou, I'm not using your rods anymore.
You're lost on that one. Yeah, no smoke.
I'm doing it to myself.
Uncle Lou, I have nothing to do with that comment. All the comments that are made on this show are not necessarily those of everybody up on the panel.
Oh man, Uncle Lou knows that we gonna have the rods out there.
You know,
I don't have to worry about smoke because I'm on Team Uncle Lou. We're good with him.
That's right.
Man, those planer boards, I gotta say, Uncle Lou, those things are bad. I don't know if is it? Well, they're awesome. They pull hard, they pull out fast. I can't complain. It's good stuff. I'm real happy with them. A lot happier than a lot of the other ones I've been using, which are good, but they're not as good as yours. Like little tanks, somebody called them, and they're absolutely right.
Oh, they're unbelievable. Real Time Catfishing says he's going to sign out of chat and watch on the big screen. Zella's a bit tough. Thank you again, everyone. I'm watching but not chatting. So again, remember, we're doing Operation Real Time Catfishing. His PayPal link is out in the description. We need to get that iPad replaced for him so he can continue doing all the wonderful supportive things that he does for everybody out there with all our thumbnails and stickers and everything else. So
it's in the description here. I'll kick him a few bucks afterwards.
Oh, can somebody translate that for me? Because I read what he speaks.
What?
In Creole.
Well,
That's your butt like patata.
Isn't that like milk something? Here, I'm gonna.
It's about the potato.
Last time I do that, it's something.
He's gonna make mashed potatoes out of you, I believe, is what he's saying.
Mashed potatoes and gravy. Uncle Lou, I'm just fucking around, Lou. It literally means don't drop
the potato. Slang term that basically means don't screw it up.
Now you guys got me thinking baked potatoes with bacon and sour cream and some cheese. Holy smokes.
John. He over there laughing like a motherfucker.
John snoring while he awake over there.
I thought it was pulling a Brian B.
How much are iPads?
It depends.
It depends. They have all different price points and ranges and stuff.
And if you get the Wi-Fi or if you get the
I don't know what John had.
Yeah. But if you speaking of that, the community, we're trying to get money together. John Parker's PayPal is in the description below. So just click that and send him something. Anything will help to get him towards getting him a new iPad so he can continue to bless the community and make these awesome thumbnails for everybody. That he loves it and he doesn't ask for anything. He'll just send you out of the kindness of his heart. So definitely go out there
at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
I woke up. I'm up doing some stuff, and boom, I got a tag with my picture and a thumbnail up there. I'm like, what in the fish snatcher is going on?
And people like actually will. That's their job. They will sit there and make thumbnails and sell them to people, and you get a lot of money.
John does it. John does it out of the kindness of his heart. And say, you know what, man? I see. And he'll go on your page like a creep and take a picture of your page and put it on there. Like, I can't get this picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll find the picture in one of your YouTube videos, and then boom, now he just made a thumbnail.
You know what? He sent me one, and I didn't even have a video of it. I don't know how he got that picture.
To be legally blind, he is definitely sneaky.
Yeah,
he definitely goes and gets what he wants. Put them thumbnails together. I can't, man. He put them.
Ballpark figure is like around like that 500. I think is like that base level.
Yeah, they got a bunch of them.
Yeah,
and then that thumbnail, our thumbnail for the no script has a couple thumbnails. I know Willie has a couple thumbnails. Stan has a couple thumbnails. I think everybody got a couple thumbnails from
He's like sending me one or so every week just so I got something to use if I need to.
Exactly. And he send you different logos and stuff like that, and everybody know they use them. So
the sticker ideas.
A restaurant near here has a huge baked potato, and you can add either chopped brisket.
I think it's like
crawfish.
Honestly,
crawfish and a baked potato. Oh Lord, I gotta come down. Creel, I definitely need to come down and fish with you.
A ballpark figure, Becca. I just bought a iPad.
It depends. There's so many options. I'm kind of scrolling through here now. I don't know what John needs as far as his vision goes, which is why it's kind of hard to understand. I think he would know best what he needs to be able to get done what he does.
I think it's the bigger the screen, right?
Yeah,
When that,
I imagine a mini would be difficult for him.
I know I got a iPad. What I say I had the iPad Air. I think that was.
I think that's what he said. Yeah,
$475. Just to
I bought a Pro for the wife a couple years ago. It wasn't real cheap, but she's still using it really good.
Yeah, I just got it like maybe a month ago. And it was like $475 for the iPad Air. That's a smaller. I think that's considered a smaller one. I think, but they don't make big iPads anymore. But they can change the font on it to where though it's bigger. It was like $450, $475, $460.
Yeah, right around there.
Yeah, the base.
I have two thumbnails last time I checked, unless that bump on my back is a third arm starts to grow.
I'm looking at them now.
Yeah, a Wi-Fi one is like $479, and a wireless. If he was going to get cellular, but he'd have to pay monthly for that service, is like $600. I think it's looking like.
Yeah.
But you can always
back of them iPads. Yeah, they definitely.
Yeah, you can definitely. Yeah.
Speaking of Catfish Weekly, there's Art from One Ton Fishing Club. They were on Catfish Weekly tonight.
Hey, what's going on, Art?
You guys did a great job too up there.
Art, BB.
Although I do believe that was the first time I've ever seen anybody eat a full dinner on Catfish Weekly.
What fish snatcher?
What the fish match is going on?
Jared had his whole course meal, the drink, and all. Then topped off dessert.
My screen is my chat was way behind. I had it stuck up the little scroll thing. Put that back down here.
Man, I'm thinking about door dashing me a baked potato and some hot wings.
I think I'm gonna have to go get me some steak and taters tomorrow.
Oh,
we got a gift card to go to Texas Roadhouse for that.
Oh, nice.
We haven't gone because it's like 30 minutes from us.
I'm gonna tell you how bad. I'm gonna tell you how bad.
Like, let's go. Of course, she ain't gonna have a problem going out and get some steak and potatoes.
Let me tell you how bad Mark is as an influence. He wants to do a coffee drinking and chat in the morning, but for members only. So all the members are in there, right? This morning, all those members are in there. Outside of a couple that usually is woke Mark in every chat, but I ain't gonna say his name. What's up, thing? But we get to talk about like fried rice and stuff like that. How we end up talking about fried rice?
I have no, I think Tim Molina asked what kind of rice I eat with my tacos, something like that. And we started talking about fried rice on the Blackstone, and I'm sending him links to Uncle. What's that Uncle guy's name? That's some funny stuff right there.
Uncle, whatever his name is, Uncle. God dang, I can't even say.
I can tell you right now. That's some
I got a channel now, but woo, is he funny?
Oh. Did you see the one where he's in the food truck giving everybody the business?
Nah, I ain't watching. I was watching a review on somebody else he was doing.
Oh,
and
man.
Like, what are you doing? If he makes a good rice, I will change my shirt.
His name is
Uncle. Tank top, and that will be Uncle. I was like, oh my God.
Just look up Uncle Roger on YouTube. You'll find
Uncle Roger.
Uncle Roger.
God, it was
He calls everybody in his audience niece and nephew. It's pretty crazy.
Hey,
I know, Uncle Luke. Coffee and chat. I missed one live. I missed one chat like that. One live, and ain't gonna live it down.
I think I'm gonna start doing it like every morning. I mean, every Monday morning, something like that. Just get a weekly thing going for the members. Hang out and talk about anything and everything you guys want to talk about. I'll make sure the link's out there if anybody wants to come up. If they're looking
last week. And we sat back and maybe we chatted for about 2 hours last week?
It was like 2 hours long.
That was in the afternoon, though. I think wasn't that one a little bit later?
Yeah, it was. Well, you guys remember a regular guy fishing, Jay Nill? He did a
yes.
Jay Nill, regular guy, used to do coffee chat on the weekends all the time, and he had a huge channel, and he had like 400 people going into those chats, and his wife got really sick, so he had to give it up. He quit doing it, and I think the stress got to him too. So it's not an original idea, but I thought it'd be kind of cool to hang out with the members and stuff and give them some extra attention, because you got to offer something to them people who are supporting you. And I adore them to death, and they're the ones that are always on your side and stuff. So it's you can talk about anything with them. So I kind of like doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks since I did one of my members live. I got to do one this week.
Yeah.
I got to do one this week.
I was just about to get in the shower and they said bloop bloop. I'm like, what the fish snatcher he talking about? So I hit it. I said, okay. He said, I'll be ready in 2 minutes. I said, all right.
I even whipped up a freaking quick thumbnail for this stuff.
Phone went out and everything. I said, hell, it'd be live.
Hey, Hez, let me ask you this: can you see your member videos on your main page on a computer? No, you gotta actually like have the link to get in there yourself. It's hard to find a damn thing.
So what I do is like when I post up a members video, then I share it on my community tab to my.
That's what I did.
Because I don't think it is. I don't even know if it alerts them or not.
Because we're not. You and I aren't members of our own channel. Because it doesn't even give you the option. So I just go ahead and post a thing to the community tab and go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I just share it on the community tab for the members because I don't think it shows up. I'm still learning the member stuff and all that.
Yeah, me too. It's fun though getting through there. It's cool connecting with everybody and stuff. I really get a kick out of it. There he is, Willie. He was out fishing with J-Dog today.
What's up, Willie?
Hey, what's up, Willie?
What y'all do?
Take down catfish going.
You're right, Tim. I asked what rice you liked.
I seen them earlier.
I won't know that. Yeah, me neither, Uncle Lou. I was doing stuff for the wife, and I ended up missing it.
I think if I have them scheduled, people will know and they'll be ready. I hate to catch people off guard, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Absolutely. Sometimes you gotta make it fit.
That's the whole point of this show.
Wayne said he sees it from the bell. We hear the show. It shows it from the bell.
Yeah, because when I looked at it, I had the notification. I was just doing. My wife still ain't feeling well, so I was doing some stuff for her. And
yeah, I told you were asleep. I told you was asleep when he went live. He said, "No, I was doing something for the wife that she needed me to do." I'm like, "Okay," because I'm like, "Damn, Stan ain't in." So his ass.
Yeah, I know. It was fun that last week when we were in there a couple hours with the members only. That was a fun. Well, I'm not gonna say the name, but it was a fun little chat.
Hey, yep, fun little chat, little private room chat.
I would call the first one the champagne room.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted it out there, so I wasn't gonna say it.
I'll be crazy like that every now and then. You guys
with the name unless you said it. He said.
Now we're gonna call it morning coffee. We're gonna go a little lighthearted on this.
The morning coffee one was cool too. I said, shit.
All right. Uncle Lou says he's not going to miss another one. He just joined.
I saw that, Uncle Lou. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate you.
Uncle Lou is awesome.
Yeah, I was suspending baits, believe it or not, in that hole that I was that deep magic hole I was fishing in Saturday morning in front of the dam there. We were talking about suspending baits and stuff. He was telling me all sorts of stuff. It was cool chatting with him, so it was a good time, even though it was text. He's a good dude. And those planer boards, man, I can't say enough good things about them. Those rods I love too, but those planer boards really impressed the heck out of me.
The way that they float, the way that they drag those big baits out there, especially, it's just awesome.
Who you talking about? I missed
the
that.
Uncle Lou planer boards.
Oh, the planer board.
I mean, I got 200 feet of line with 3-ounce weights on the back and a big chunk of bait, and they're pulling hard still, you know.
You a member of one channel, Tim? Well, you a member of the most important channel in my eyes. I'm just saying, because I don't have a member page yet.
You'll get them. What are you at now, Brian? Let's see. 454. That's a good number. You'll get there, bud.
Oh no, it's going up every day.
If I get there, I get there. If I don't, I don't. I'm not. That ain't.
That's the attitude you got to have. Just keep doing what you love and find the people you like hanging out with. That's what it is.
Man, with a group of
people, exactly.
I'm good. I don't care if I stay where I'm at. I'm happy.
That's the same way here I feel about it, Ryan.
Yeah, it ain't that.
You know what? When I first started, I was just happy to be doing anything. I was just this is great. You know, I was talking with people, and then I just started doing the lives, and I was just happy doing that. And then, you know, you get going a little bit, and you don't think anything. You think, well, maybe I might hit 100, and then you go past that, and all of a sudden you're like, wow. Then you start looking at the number a little bit, and it goes up 3 and down 4, and you start driving yourself crazy. So just forget about that. Have fun doing what you're doing. The numbers will come. They're going to come and go. They're going to come and go. But the more fun you have and the more you don't pay attention to it, all you're going to see is it going up. And that's the best advice I can give.
It reflects in your content, and people want to see that.
I think, Mark, you asked me the other day what was my numbers, and I was like, I don't know. I ain't even look at it because I ain't even worried about it. When they get up there, it is what it is. It's not a pressure thing. I'm not.
Well, when I asked that, I just asked because I want to help out as much as I
can. I know that, but it was just that I don't know. I gotta look. I don't be really, paying attention to it. If I gain subscribers, I gain subscribers. If I don't, I don't.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
It was never even about that. I started out.
I do this
videos and just learning to fish and documenting, my fishing adventures as I go about it, and through that, I started meeting people. I was the only one that fished, out of me and my friends and my family. Well, my brother did, but he didn't fish as much as I, do. So it was just me, And then I ended up meeting people through YouTube, like Mark and Brandon, the Baltimore Angler, and started doing videos with them, and then ended up finding the live stream community like 15 months into me doing YouTube, and then that's when it really started to take off from there. But
and that's right. Tim Molina said, Stan, I've been with you from day one, and that's true. Tim's been awesome. I've had the pleasure of talking with him on the phone a bunch of times. Mark, you've been there. We've talked on the phone a bunch, and just the support that you get from people that your long-term people that just are on your channel, and they just become like your family. When I say Two Stans Fishing Family, it really is. That's how I think of everybody. It's just it's humbling. It blows my mind that last year at this time, I'm barely getting off the couch, and now I'm barely not on live or going here doing this or talk. It's just unbelievable, just life changing. I can't thank everybody enough.
All right, I just did a quick search with my analytical tools, right? Oh my God, look, holy smokes. Never mind. We'll talk about that later. For the word, catfish, right? There's 7.12 million searches a month for the term catfish.
Good God.
There's plenty of room out there for everybody. You just got to get out in front of them.
You have to label it right so it hits the algorithm, and boom. Welcome.
You see, Uncle Lou? Well, I see I'm not important enough to answer the phone for it.
Oh, man.
I called Chad yesterday. He hit the FU button on me. I was wondering what that was about. I need to ask him about that. I think he was busy or something, maybe. I hope. He didn't want to talk to me, the son of a gun.
Oh, man.
Steve Adams, catfishing the Mississippi. If I make any money for my channel, I'll donate it all to charity, your club. Good for you, bud.
Uncle Lou told me that earlier, that he tried calling. It rang once, right to voicemail. I'm like, man, I can't believe I missed the Uncle Lou phone call. I felt like crap. But I've been having an issue with my phone. I'm getting a new phone, waiting on my wife's to come in. We have luck. Like, we ordered her phone, and it was supposed to be 2-day shipping. Well, it was a week and a half ago. Now there's a claim out because they can't find it. And I'm like, with Verizon, well, I didn't order it through UPS. It's not my fault that they lost it. What are you going to do about it? Yeah. Like, if it was my business and somebody ordered something for me, I got insurance on it. I'm going to, I know. So I am getting a new phone, so I do not miss any more Uncle Lou phone calls.
I wouldn't call him no more, Uncle Lou.
Cut him off.
Answer the phone.
Hey, man, ever since Stan hit 1K, man, he just been the little guys different now.
Yeah. The little guys.
Hey, you guys see what's going on in chat? For a second there, I thought it was Dan or Alicia talking, but it looks like Brian B's in there making kissy faces. What the fish snatcher?
Oh, man.
No, that's my lady. She like, how did you do that? My name was highlighted. She was like, do it again.
Do it again. I like the other one.
I'm not making any comment on that.
And she did it and then highlighted. So she found out how to do
it. Number's been deleted. Yep, went to the
head. Stan has been.
I'm not getting any more gear from Uncle Lou. You're not getting any more phone calls from Uncle Lou. We just get screwed over here.
Man, I don't know what we did. We just whoo.
I don't know, man. I think we're just gonna have to give
John was like, I don't want none of that. I'm getting out of here.
He's like, see you later.
Babe, it worked. When you did it, it's highlighted. On my
wait a minute. Oh, never mind.
Now the app don't work on your phone. It only works on the computer.
Which app?
She like, why is that? Why is it highlighted?
Oh, it works on your phone.
Yeah, I can see. It's highlighted right here on my phone.
You gotta type the whole
I see. On the computer, if you put it'll put the person's name in there.
Yeah, it pops them up and you just click them.
Yeah, but you're highlighted because it's your channel. That's why it's highlighted.
No, it's anybody that say my name is highlighted when I see it. Well, I'm on my phone.
Well, that's good. Yeah, it's your channel. You can type anything in there.
Yeah, that's gonna work. But what I'm saying is, if you're on your, the phone and you're trying to add somebody, you can't add them like,
Oh no, I gotta put that name.
The way it
in
pops on the
way it
computer,
is.
it's easy to just.
See, I've never used the computer for. That's awesome. I really got to get a laptop. That's just it. That's
all you do is hit in the first letter, and then it just be like it pops right up.
Dang.
Oh, for real? I never even tried it.
I'm lucky enough to be getting a GoPro from Uncle Lou, so now I'm gonna have to get the laptop. Then I'll be set. I'll be ready to go.
Answer the phone.
That was before he deleted your number, saying,
You guys see they came out with a GoPro 10 already? I was like, come on, I just got these two.
I just got my 9.
I got 2 that I use, which are kind of junky, but I ain't gonna get rid of them now.
Nah, I'm not. I'm gonna keep. I got the 9 and the 7. Those are what I use.
Yep, you messed up.
Oh man.
Nah, you can send them the hooks. Don't send them the rods.
No, the rods.
He's known to not use the rods and just let them sit and stuff. I use all the rods.
I'll whip your butt with Uncle Lou's rod. What you talking about?
Spank him. Spank that booty.
Uncle Lou says he just took his 9 out of the box.
When was that? I don't remember.
Not out the box from a year ago.
What?
All right, guys, that's it, guys. We're gonna end the show here.
Let me mute myself. You gonna send him a what? And you my uncle? I'll give him mine. Has I got a little bit back, so don't talk trash.
That wasn't even. You can't even give that victory. We were all collectively working together.
But you were trying to get. What'd you say? Oh yeah, I'm coming back on Brian. I'm gonna beat him.
I heard that.
That's what the goal was. I was never going for most fish.
Mark said. Bloop.
Then I was trying to get big fish, but the big fish just wasn't hitting where I was at. So then I just started catching fish.
Did you guys see me miss that flathead at the end?
Mm-mm.
I like in the last hour, I hit the biggest wood pile that I could find. I had a bait in there, took me down. I pulled the bait right out of its mouth. I lost 8 rigs and 8 freaking live bluegills in the last hour trying to get that guy out of there.
You know what they say about that? I lost 10 rigs a day.
8 rigs a day.
What am I to do? I'm going on Facebook and searching Uncle Lou. Mark, you might want to be calling up Uncle Lou for some new wigs.
Oh man,
you might need to get on your computer and at Uncle Lou.
Yeah.
And if you're losing that many of those rigs, you're gonna have to at Brad Cottle too with Tidal Weights to get the sinkers with the too.
I lost a couple setups. Or what did they say? If you're losing that many rigs in one spot,
you need to change locations.
What I needed to do is have James float. Is what I needed to do. That ground was so littered with trash and stuff.
Yeah,
it was.
One of the funniest things after your song was out and everything. After your song was out and everything I can't remember. Oh, it was Bex that said it. She's like, I lost 10 rods, 10 rigs today. What am I to do? And like half the chat was going, well, you got to make sure you got the right depth, and I would change your sinkers or use a different spot.
They were like, I wouldn't fish that spot again. That's what I would do.
Brian B. and I are like, no, go on Facebook and search Uncle Lou.
No, I put that in Mark chat when they was fishing for flathead. Oh. And Mark said, Brian, 10 rigs.
Yeah.
You need to change locations.
Change that up.
It like, no, they talking about the song. He was like, oh, okay. But the chat was like, where the hell are you fishing? You don't like, y'all are not cool. Y'all sit in the front of the bus.
Yeah, this is what I needed this past Sunday on stand day. Every time I cast out, I lost 4 rigs.
What's up, Curtis?
Hey, Curtis, what's going on? What's that noise?
What the fish snatch is going on over there? We getting on.
That would be me. Put some bait on ice for tomorrow.
Oh, it was like a whole lot of noise over there.
John said, "I'm
Yeah,
getting the bait together." Oh, my
Yeah, I got my bait going for tomorrow and my light and all that good stuff ready.
I thought you were trying to
Tomorrow
get that last potato chip down in the bottom of the bag.
I got a new headset today, and it's actually real sensitive.
And no shit.
It picked up on everything.
I can hear you do it. I can hear your brain thinking.
I thought I heard a pulse.
But it's actually a real nice one, though.
Oh, man.
Amazon got them for like $13 a piece. Like my last one, I paid $120 for it, and it didn't even last a year. I'm like, I ain't doing that again.
Uncle Lou said you digging through the candy jar.
I tell you what, I've been on this diet, man. I'd love to have a candy bar right now.
Don't let Chucky come in. He might show you a Snickers.
I was talking to Chad the other day, and he's pulling out Reese's peanut butter cups, one after another.
Oh my, they were delicious.
Don't say that, man.
Reese's Pieces. Nah, I don't. I just want some steak and potatoes now. That's all I'm keeping.
Heck yeah! Did you guys see that steak I made over the weekend? I posted on my page.
I seen it.
That thing was 6 pounds. I still got some in the fridge. Been slicing and eating on it for 2 days, 3 days. It was one of them one of them Brazilian steaks. I forget what it's called. It's like a sirloin cap, but that thing was so damn good.
Man.
Dang.
Yeah, that I seen
potato. Well, I'll see in a little bit. I'm gonna.
Oh, he trying to be funny, but see, Mark always trying to be funny. Y'all don't be knowing. What, like 2 weeks ago, we was talking about something, and then somebody brought up bacon. He was like, you know what? That's a good idea. The first 1v1.
Yep.
I'm on the way down the road, and this joker sends me a picture of a plate.
It's like 5 in the morning. I got a whole pan of bacon.
Bacon sandwich.
Remind you, all I got is a goddamn old cup of coffee and a donut.
I'll be sending that stuff to Air and Catfish Regulators and Tom every time they're on while they're out on the dock. Be sending them pictures of food and stuff.
I said, like, really? You gonna send me a whole pan of bacon?
Dang, Uncle Lou just finished ice cream too. Man.
Oh my God. Steak and eggs.
Somebody say they were on a diet. Oh, John, sorry about that. We didn't mean to.
That's all right.
Hey, Hans, what's that chicken you were posting a while back that you guys make?
Gypsy habanero chicken.
Habanero chicken.
Tell me about that. You piqued my attention with that bad boy.
It's delicious. It got like 25 different seasonings that go into this chicken.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's a lot. Spicy, heat, but it comes from the Caribbean, jerk, Jamaican food.
Oh, I like that stuff.
Jasmine has said to KFC, 7 herbs and spices. We're gonna hold my beer.
Well, yeah, that's what I love to do, man. We love to cook, so we do our.
When he said I gotta go cook something, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
We do a lot of stuff, not just that chicken, but one of her most popular ones is Rasta Pasta.
Rasta Pasta?
Yep. Which is jerk chicken with some in pasta dish.
That is a terrible situation right there. I know my aunt gonna run out of the room. He gonna
I'm gonna have that smoker out.
He gonna go down. He just had some ice cream.
I hear Mrs. catfishing. I hear Mrs. catfishing crappie in the kitchen. She must be getting a snack tonight.
And Melina, the maple donuts with the bacon on top. We got a duck donuts here.
Man.
They have that, and that thing is fire. That's my favorite donut. Sweet and salty, delicious.
There's a donut place here downtown. They charge $40 a dozen.
Good Lord.
You say what?
$40 a dozen.
$40.
$40 a dozen they charge, or like 46 actually.
That's like I went to.
Have you heard of Krispy Kreme?
Yeah, no kidding. They give it away for free when the lights are on.
There's this.
Hopefully that's a baker's dozen, right? 13 baker's dozen.
No, not even.
There's this pizza shop that we've been wanting to go to, but it was like an hour away. But we always see it on Instagram, so we finally go. It's that Chicago style.
Oh Lord, there go Valerie again.
That pizza with the Detroit style pizza where they put the sauce on top of it. It's $18 and the pizza's only 4 slices. I mean, it's some nice size slices, but still, it was okay. I want to go back again, but that stuff is expensive.
There's, they asked me on Saturday what's my favorite pizza, and I told them I'm not a big fan of the deep dish. I'd rather have a nice thin, crispy pizza any day.
That's how I am too. I like the thing.
Or even the New York pizza. We got one place here I think it's called like Bella Rosa that makes New York style pizza.
Yep, underground.
This guy actually brings the water in from New York or New Jersey to make the dough. The guy's crazy.
It was pretty good. It was good. It just wasn't like all that hype. The pictures look amazing.
We have a place here called, I think it's a Newtown Pizza Grinder, something like that, where they actually take like a bowl and they put all the toppings in a bowl and they cover it with crust. They cook it like a pie. Then they bring it out to your table and they turn it over and dump it on a plate. That place is pretty good, but it's not pizza. It's more like a lasagna.
I thought $12 a dozen.
Well, this, that donut place, it's a pastry shop, and it's got like 1 Michelin star, so it's pretty fancy stuff.
Valerie, you do that on purpose. You do that on purpose. Start talking about what she gonna cook. Did y'all see what she was gonna cook?
I saw that. Feel free to bring that on over.
Biscuits, gravy, eggs, bacon.
I'm sitting there about to eat hot dogs and beans. Like a $4 donut better not be missing a hole.
They better have the whole thing.
Now you guys know why I stay out of the city. It's crazy down there.
Oh man,
to cook.
I get me a coffee and I gotta grab me a donut. Sometimes I don't. I be like, you know what? I'm not getting a donut, because that's where I get lazy.
Get out my coffee and my cigarettes first thing in the morning.
That's one hell of a breakfast right there.
Breakfast of champions.
Oh yeah, that's the breakfast of a champ.
Oh, man.
With your coffee goes a cigarette. They go hand in hand.
Man,
yeah.
In kayak, I'm not trying to have no coffee or nothing. Man, yeah, that ain't gonna work. And I'm not drinking any Maker's Mark the night before either.
You drink.
Yeah, you were looking a little slow this past Saturday, Has.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It took me a little bit to get up to speed.
And I was sitting there and I was like, okay, he just keeps sipping. He keeps sipping. I said, this joker, and he stayed live. I said, this joker don't realize that he got to get up in the morning. I ain't drinking.
I'm up here with Stan and Dan, and I was like, the last hour, I was like, I'm just gonna head to bed. I didn't stay up there the whole time.
I was on a Mountain Dew and water died that night.
And I kept refilling my cup, man. I had about 3 or 4 cups.
Yeah, we were doing the.
Tim's got the right idea, man. I'll mess up some apple strudel. Holy smokes! Do you guys ever get those the apple fritters? Those are pretty good too.
Oh man,
Susquehanna Stan.
There he is. There's my good buddy.
That's what Discoveries is for.
Susquehanna Stan.
For those that don't know, the scupper, that's that holes in the bottom of the kayak. So the liquid drains out.
Oh, Lord. What's up, Stan? That's way to make an entrance right there.
That's right. Hey, it must be the name Stan. You know what I'm saying? The best name in catfishing.
What? Warren?
Oh. Uncle Bread is good, Uncle G. Uncle Bread is good.
That's right. Do the do, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I remember I used to make some like modified bread and stuff.
I'm gonna get a commercial before saying, dude.
During the
I'm more in a populated area. Nobody's want to know what's on the James River. People don't even know what the James River is. The Potomac River, everybody knows the Potomac River.
I know there's quite a few people talking about the James River now.
Hey, how you doing? This is Brian.
I know a lot about the James River.
They're gonna say, "Oh, the Potomac River." Yeah, I said I got a buddy we're trying to do a combination with Mountain Dew, and he is going to the James River. The James River. Can you explain that more? Okay, yeah, I'll hold. They gotta Google it.
That's all right. That's all right. Uncle G, the second best name in catfishing.
Oh yeah,
Man,
you know.
That's all right. I'll stick with my twos.
Two.
Is the trolling
Blueberry.
He's the trolling motoring.
Motor
I think he even gave me kudos Saturday.
Man, you guys ain't even old enough to know that song. Everybody's singing.
We know that song. I know that song because of Kevin.
Kevin, that's it. And he's not even old enough to be around.
I was
a little kid when that song came out.
Do tell
Long time ago.
Nobody's gonna talk about your age.
I don't care. Experience.
Kevin is motoring up and down the Cooper, Santee Cooper.
Looking for that next magical deep hole.
Looking for the magical. He couldn't find it this past weekend, but he was looking for it though.
He still found it with that one video, man. Holy smokes, he got a ton of hits on that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
That set that joke off the roof because he got maybe like 200,000.
That's crazy.
In like 2 weeks, a week and a half. It's
good for him.
It hit the algorithm like perfect, like you said, and it went sky high.
Well,
he went for what, 5,000. He went to go do his 5,000 giveaway, and at that point, he was at like 6. And it was crazy. He said he ain't know what the heck happened. He listened to the
yeah, I talked to him. He's like, I don't know. I have no clue.
He did the YouTube little jump to say, you know, where is your you can put your title in there and they'll tell you where's your weakness at in your words. You can change your words and they'll tell you where you got more strength at. And I guess he did what it did with the most strength, and boom, it hit. It was the luck of the draw.
So what tool did he use for that?
It's the
magical deep hole tool.
I am not Googling that because you know what's pictures coming up.
That's right. Got to be careful what you Google.
It's Tube Buddy.
Yeah, I use
Buddy.
that.
Yeah, I use that.
Tell you and recommend certain stuff with your titles. I'm not paying for it. I paid for a month, and I got what they were saying. But it's like, come on, beat it.
I think I paid for a year of it. I think they just renewed it too for me.
I don't know. I need the one that Cornelius Catfishing channel. I need the one that he
got. No, hey, I told Mark the other day.
Joker came
he had the cheat code.
The algorithm.
He had the cheat code.
The cheat codes, he sure did.
He been fishing for like 6 months, 9 months.
Every video he dropped
this like what? He got like 5,000 subs.
Well, you got to just hang rope out of the catfish and everything, drag it around.
You got to go get them groceries.
You got to get them.
That's right.
We don't need no boat.
We're gonna take this 60-pounder home and eat this sucker.
Oh,
man, shout out to him though. Whatever he did, he hit him.
He sure did.
And he told him, I don't know why you haters trying to block my video.
Let them hate. If they hate you, they want to be you. That's all I'm
saying. Yep.
He bust them wide open.
Can't hate it. Don't need no boat. Just need a kayak. That's all.
And let him fit. I told you, I'm going to the store because it's grocery time. And we got them groceries. We got them groceries. This catfish for me. Don't forget to like. Hit the like button. Subscribe.
That's Curtis that does that, right?
Yeah.
Is he in here?
I think Cornelius.
Cornelius.
Hey, he off the hook. And he
we gotta get him on one of these chats.
Hey, I don't even know. Oh, if I could get him on here, I wouldn't tell nobody. I would say special guest and put it in the middle of the question.
Get her done.
And do it when somebody special just went off and be like, bam. That would be funny. I'm Mark gonna beat me to it. He gonna send him back.
Yeah, I'm messing with him right now.
Crappie want to come get on?
Come on my show.
Mark's emailing him right now as we speak.
Hey, what do you mean right now? It's done. I already just said that shit.
I already got somebody who already has him coming on his channel.
Oh, they do?
No,
is it Kevin? Is Kevin giving him on there?
Yeah.
Nope, somebody smaller.
Oh.
Avid.
Nope. Somebody smaller than that. No, I'm just messing with y'all. Oh man.
He had one video I was watching. He was talking about his haters and stuff. That was kind of funny. Kelly, Uncle Lou's guessing Kelly Bullock.
That's who it is. It was Kelly. That's who I had in my head. Uncle Lou, get out of my head. He's going to talk.
I might pay. I'd pay to watch that.
He's gonna go talk tackle. What's in his tackle box?
Papa T, what's up, buddy?
Papa T.
So, anybody else fishing this week?
Here we go again.
Well, you're fishing right now, John.
No, not now. I was. I'll be on Lake Erie all week, though.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're supposed to get some rain Wednesday, so hopefully the colder weather will bring them all in.
Papa T, what's up?
After the walleye right now.
I thought about heading out to the big lake, try to get a king, but I don't know. That's a commitment. That's a few days at 2 hours there, 2 hours back. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm not feeling it this year.
Well, I was going to go up to Manistee, go salmon fishing, but I guess they already come in.
Yeah, I heard they're coming in up there.
Yeah. That's a fighting fish right there, boy. Catch one of them in that river.
Yeah. My next bucket list fish is probably going to be a steelhead.
They got a steelhead in Lake Erie. Or
they got them in the creeks up here in Racine and stuff.
Now, steelhead in up to Manistee out of Lake Michigan, it's about around November. They'll come in and you can way down in the water about knee deep or so, and catch them on salmon eggs.
Or float a glass bead. That's what I want to do. I want to catch one on a fake bead.
Oh yeah, they'll be in Lake Erie here probably about the same time in November. But they'll come in over closer to Cleveland area because the water's deeper over there. It's shallow, from west of Cleveland to Toledo, shallow, or about 25 foot deeper. So, but you get on over to Cleveland, it's quite a bit deeper.
Hey, so they're catching saltwater fish where Creole's going to be fishing because of the storms and stuff. He said that he posted a picture, I think, of a stingray somebody caught where he fishes. So if he gets another one of them saltwater catfish, you going to let him count it, Brian?
No. Catfish.
That was a fit. Yeah, that was the fish of a lifetime right there, or the snag of a lifetime. One of them.
I hope he find that same fish and hold him up for 2 hours.
Fight him for 2 hours. That'll take him all. That'll take him half the time right there. But if he lands that thing, you're gonna be in trouble.
No, he ain't gonna land it. I hope.
If he lands it, you're gonna be in trouble.
See what Wayne said? Wayne said, okay, I'm back. In front of me is a double-decker sandwich, 3 kinds of cheese, sweet smoked ham, onion, hot peppers, greens, tomatoes, and mayo. Now you guys can talk.
Susquehanna Stan says you guys should highlight a YouTube video of the week. So it's funny you say that because we've been thinking about something.
Salmon dying off in the marinas. Yeah, Lance, the water temperature is like 73 degrees in the lake right now.
We need a westerly wind is what we need.
Susquehanna Stan might need to hold his horses.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
We got to work on that instead of
we do this week. We got to work on that so we can get something.
Because the more and more time go away, some people get ideas. So we got to work on it. And that other tournament style thing.
Yeah.
Isn't Lance going to be on Roger's show tomorrow?
Yes,
I think so. That'll be cool to see.
Well, Lance is right there. I believe so. Lance, McCoo guy.
Lance,
the guy.
Lance, the cool guy.
Hawaiian fisherman.
Lance, the cool guy.
Yeah.
Man, I could go for some Hawaiian fishing right about now. That'd be a good time.
Definitely. If I went there to go fish, I would never want to leave. I would just
exactly
out there, catch them fish all day.
My eye doctor retired to Florida. That's how much money I spent over there.
Lance, the cool guy. Timberlina, you still up?
My orthopedic doctor ended up buying a couple of vacation homes in some beautiful locations.
I believe it.
Did y'all hear? Okay, how many people seen or witnessed that shit that Epic went through the other night?
I missed it.
I missed it that time.
Or was it the one with Sean? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
They did the 12-hour Epic Live. I was actually, that was actually the one night that I slept.
You sleeping, Stan?
Yeah, I slept for one night. It was crazy. I see why people like it now.
I told you, you gotta sleep, man. You never sleep, brother.
I tuned in.
What happened?
I was going to sleep. I tuned in. Looked at it, listened for a minute. I said, okay. I had my iPad. So I just laid the iPad down and left it there. Man, all I heard was drag and them, going back and forth, like, come on. Okay, we'll do. And it's like, and I woke up like, it was almost like I was in a nightmare because you look at the screen and the screen is dark as shit because they ain't got no lights on. And you can hear the drag just running. I'm like,
is that the one? Sean had it on, right? Hero.
Man, he was moaning like he was in pain when he was doing
that. He was like, "Speed." doggy. Sweet doggy.
He had a huge fish.
Yep.
And that joker got off. Sean was
he had that Wahlburgers rod holder, didn't he? He could completely off the boat.
He was done.
That was the week before.
Yeah, he lost on that way.
If you sit there and listen to him, he was huffing and puffing. And then he went over and started reading chat, and he told Epic, I'm done.
Yep.
You got the rest of it. I'm done.
We were talking about that.
All his confidence down because he missed that fish, and that fish was so big, dog. That junk was dragged. The rod was bent down. He had that junk here and was reeling, and that junk took off and dragged. And when it came into the water, it was like, Epic was like, oh, that's it right there. And when it did it, when it went back in the water, it said,
it came up to the surface.
It turned the boat sideways in that heavy ass current they was in.
Man.
We were talking about it the next day.
You can't yell the sweet doggy too early because it's bad luck.
Nah, he didn't yell sweet doggy. John told me about something else because he didn't yell sweet doggy. Sean didn't have a chance.
You gotta wait till you get it in the boat and then you can celebrate.
What failed?
What's up, Pontoon Jody? How you doing?
Hello, Jody.
I think somebody said they got caught in the anchor line.
They got caught in the anchor line. They got off, and that joke got off
in the anchor
line. And they said you could hear Sean's soul leaving his body. Poof.
Yeah. When he
That's
got
why
back,
Sean was in chat today saying he's going back to get his soul.
Well, think
back.
if you'd have broke off on that sturgeon, you'd have been crushed, Stan.
Well, I was crushed
the week before.
It broke off the week before, and he was crushed because he felt the fish.
I mean, I felt it the week before, and I only had it on for a second.
The whole week, he was just like, he wouldn't even look us in the eyes when we would do these chats and stuff.
Yeah, it was. When you feel that fish, that like, you're fishing. Like I said, I've been fishing almost 50 years, and to feel the biggest fish of your life and lose it, like I felt that's what happened the Sunday before.
Yeah,
it was on. I only felt it for a few seconds, and I'm like, and it got off, and I'm like, that was the biggest fish I ever felt. I couldn't even speak. Dan was like,
do you think it was a sturgeon, or do you think it was a blue
sturgeon?
I don't know. I still think I got a devil cat there in that spot because I have missed that same exact spot there. I've missed several big fish that snapped off the line. So I don't know, because like I said, I only felt it for a few seconds, and it was massive, whatever it was that first time that got off. Second time the sturgeon, I was, you felt it the whole time, so it's hard to say if it was the same or not. But I know there's another. I'm still saying my devil cat is there, and I'm going back for it. But man, it's something. You get that big fish, and that it's like, man, this is it. This is the fish of a lifetime. I've never felt anything like this, and then you lose it. You're just like, yeah. Dan and
shark fishing, Stan?
Yeah, we've caught sharks, hammerheads, and
anything the size of that sturgeon?
Close.
That's on my bucket list.
Yeah, I definitely would love to fight something like that.
I've had some. The past few years, I've had some big fish that I've never landed. I fought one fish last year for 45 minutes in the dark, pitch dark. I was using whole croaker for bait that was that big, and something just hit this and it was gone. And I had to use like the surf, as it was coming in. I had to use it to try to turn the fish, and I fought it for 45 minutes. I had no light or anything out with me, and I had this group, 2 mothers and their kids, and they all had these flashlights, and they were shining out in the water. That was the only way I could see like where my line was going. We never did get to see what the fish was. But 45 minutes I fought that and didn't get to see it. And the sturgeon was bigger. It was a bigger fight than that. So.
Yeah, that's it.
I had a nice walleye get off last week. It was disgusting. Like lost my gut. I'm like, oh man, that was a big one.
And isn't it funny? Like you remember your big catches and the things like that. But like you can remember like from when you're a kid, when you lose the big fish, the ones that got away, you always remember those.
Oh yeah,
They haunt you.
Fish that I've lost.
That 70, I knew it was gonna be lost. It was on my father's oldest. It was on my father's oldest rod. Like flat out. Like his rod went and he was like, he started reeling. He was like, oh man. That joker went around the back of the boat. And I'm in the back. I had to grab it and I'm reeling. I was like, oh shit. I'm pulling. I can feel the weight on it, just on the rod, how heavy it is pulling up. I'm like, oh, this ain't no slouch. So I'm reeling. And all of a sudden, that joker started running to me. So I'm reeling in. That joker said, "Shoo!"
Not today.
I said,
Hey,
so I'm on the back of the boat, so I turn around the other side, and I'm getting the reeling in. The jump go around the front of the boat. I'm in the back, so I'm like, hand it to E. E gotta get up there and try and reel it in because with three of us, we can't work around the boat ourselves. E started reeling in. My father trying to reel up the other lines. I'm reeling up my lines. Man, that joke came back around and tried to get under that boat. It got to the side of the boat and it came up. I had the net there. I went to scoop that joker and that joker splashed down. All I could see was his face. It looked like a human being.
Was he laughing at you?
And that fish said, huh? And then went back under the boat. But when I say the fish was like that wide face. I said, man, this joint ain't no catfish. That's a human.
I just read what Susquehanna Stan put on.
It had to net it. And when I pulled that joint up, man, we laid that joker. It laid all the way across and the tail was curled up in the bottom of the boat. That was one of the worst fights and the luckiest fights because my father don't believe in changing no line. Line on since like last October. But we got that joker in there and I was like, oh my God, we gonna lose this fish off of his daggone line because he ain't changed it. We got it.
Have a good night, Uncle Lou.
All right, Uncle Lou.
All right, Uncle Lou.
I'll answer the phone. I promise.
No, don't worry about it. Don't even call him no more.
Too late. Numbers deleted.
I just read that comment on there about Susquehanna Stan. It's even worse. Like you said, when you do everything right and your partner does a crappy net job and knocks the fish, that's even worse.
Oh, that's the worst.
I've never had that happen.
My father one time, when he was younger, he took this one guy out that really hadn't fished much. So we told him ahead of time, okay, we're probably going to get some bigger fish today. Now this is how you do it when you.
My false thing. Speak of the devil.
There he goes.
What's going on, Tim?
Hey, there he is. But my father said, this is how you do it. You put the net in the water and we'll swim the fish up in the net, and then you lift. Anyways, my father has this huge muskie on. Gets it by the side of the boat, and the guy's just sitting there with the net. He's like, net the damn thing. The guy's still just sitting there and the fish gets off. So my father throws the pole down in the boat, and my father was always a big guy too, and he's looking at the guy. He's like, damn it. when I get a next fish up here, when I say to net it, you give me that net. You take that damn net, you shove it in the water like that, and you lift it up. And when he did, it had swam in there. I guess when you know how muskies will do, they'll come by the boat. And that's why you do that circulating stuff. When it popped off, it was sitting right there. So when he shoved that net back in there, it swam in. He ended up netting that. It was like a 50-something inch muskie.
Are you serious?
Nice.
Hey, and when he said hippopotamus on the scale, on the reader, that's all I remember. I was dozing off then, but then all I heard was fucking Sean breathing hard as shit.
He was moaning like he was in
I
pain.
missed it, and I had to go back to see what the hell I missed, and I was like, "Oh my god." Because he was like, "Oh, that's it right there. That's it. That's it." You know how Sean talked. And I was like, "Oh." I'm like, "Hold up. I got to see what everybody in chat." He's like, "That stole my soul." Oh.
Damn.
Oh. You get Sean. Oh. Like he wanted to cry. I'm like, the hell? See, I'm spooked out now because I'm just waking up. It's like I'm on the boat with him. Like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
Why you breathing so hard? What's wrong, Sean? Did you fall in the water? You usually jump in the water. Okay. I seen it. I was like, damn.
He'll get it back though. I know he'll get it back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I ain't no.
We can't wait to go back out there. You know,
Sean made noises I've never heard a human make.
That's what I'm talking about. I was watching for my lazy boy on the big screen. I was like, oh man, that had to suck. Holy shit.
I gotta find this video, man. I gotta find the part in the video.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to find this.
I'm like, damn, is he hurt? Did he fuck his wrist up or something?
He said,
it was the one from this past Saturday night. As I think he said around midnight or so is when it happened.
Yeah, because
I'm gonna go back and watch it myself.
I went to sleep early, and it wasn't middle of the night. Because I damn sure after that I stayed up for a minute, like, oh no, I ain't gonna miss the next one. I ended up dozing off, and I was like up every hour or 2 hours. I woke up and these some bitches was still fucking fishing. I watched the last hour when they was locked in the damn in the locks. What's up, Michael Williams?
Amanda, how's it going?
Hey, A&B Outback.
I like that.
Hey, A&B, are you from Australia? Or in Australia?
Yeah, she's from Australia.
Yeah, right.
Emotionally damaged. Yeah,
I could hear it in his voice because he was like, "No, you got it. I'm done. You got it.
Yeah.
The next one is on you." But he caught that.
Dan and Courtney, when I lost that fish the week before, and I couldn't speak, I was just. Courtney was like, "This is kind of uncomfortable."
What's up,
They're like, Stan's not talking. Something's definitely not right. I don't know what to do.
Like he's focused, man.
Well, fellas, I gotta hop off there. I gotta get up early.
All right, John.
All right, John. Good luck fishing. Hope you get that monster whatever bites.
Yeah, everybody's a walleye.
John said he's taking his ass to sleep.
Yeah, get up tomorrow and maybe a couple loads for you guys, and then I'm gonna hit the water.
All right, John.
Appreciate you having me up here. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, you too, friend.
I'm about to head out of here.
My phone is blowing up with thunderstorm and tornado warnings. What the heck?
I'm about to head out of here myself too, so I gotta get up early.
Actually, you know, I gotta apologize to Epic and Sean because you know that's what threw the whole night off to begin with because you know I was asleep that night instead of watching an Epic live, so you know me sleeping that kind of the universe was off right from the get go for that one. So.
Mark, Stan.
Have a good one, man. I'm heading out in a minute too.
Yeah, we're gonna shut it down in a second.
Hey, there's Aaron. What's going on, buddy?
What's up,
Aaron,
regulators?
what's up? Yeah, I can't hang tonight. I gotta get up.
Jane hang, huh?
We hung for about 3 hours though.
I guess Epic's got the storms down by him.
Nah, we ain't had 2
The universe was tilted. Yeah.
Yeah, it was close, you know. Peace.
All right, hey.
All right, Has.
Have a good one, bud. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, that was crazy. It messed me up because I was like, "Dang, what the hell?" And all I heard was the splash, and Sean just.
Man, when I see that kind of stuff happen, even if watching it just here, man, it's like you're just your whole something drops inside. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man,
like, damn, and I could feel his pain. Like I ain't been hooked to a monster like that, but his pain, I was like, damn, I felt bad for him.
And then just the week before that, we'd all felt that same thing with him when that monster that he had over like that, and then that hit that rod holder snap. And I've never ever seen a rod. I mean, I've seen rods get pulled in, but I've never seen one shot out of there like it was a torpedo. That thing probably went a good 30 feet before it even hit the water. It was just, that was nuts.
Yeah, that was you never know what you're going to expect when you go out there because you never know what you're going to hook up on.
Well, that's why we do it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, without
we don't have any huge monsters like that out here, but I got hopes to fill that 40-pound slot here this year. We'll see what happens before the end. I know I missed it the one time. I'm pretty sure that fish would have filled that slot, my little sticker stack. But you never know.
Thank you. I put on a great live. I hope you're talking about us.
Are we even doing a live? I figure we're just sitting around shooting this shit, right?
I didn't even realize we was live. I thought we was backstage. But no, man, let me tell you something. Daggone well, Saturday I was beat.
Yeah.
Not this Saturday when Epic went live. That was the Saturday that I sat there and mess around and was running my daggone mouth on regulators till the early morning. So I ain't really getting no daggone sleep.
It's going to happen again this week. Who's going live? Anybody going live Saturday night?
I don't care who's going live. I don't even want to know.
I bet your regulators and Tom will be on.
Y'all should call
Big Mike.
They do the Friday night usually.
So he can be sleepy.
Yeah, I've seen them do a whole weekend before.
In 3 weeks. Yeah.
Epic, are you and Sean going back out again this weekend?
He is.
They are, yep. That's what I thought.
They're not going to give up. And it's prime time. Their water temperature changing. Them fish are moving. Just don't stay up so late. God dang it. I got tournament.
Revenge of the Megalodon.
Hippopotamus hunt.
Hey, Epic, can I come with y'all? And if we get a big one, I reel it in. I got 1v1 against Creole on Sunday. Can I reel the big fish in? I could win the tournament with one fish. If I tell Epic, I tell Creole I'm going out with Epic on Sunday morning, he might forfeit.
You never know. Epic might, or Creole might talk Epic into coming down with him.
They don't get back. So I know they're going right back at him.
He'll bring bacon.
Hey, Uncle G said I want to go too. I'll bring the bacon.
There'll be 10 of us in the boat.
You know what? Everybody wants to go until they're out there.
Oh, I have no problem being out there. That day we went sturgeon fishing, I hooked into a big one, not like yours, like maybe a 60-incher. It looked like on the radar and on the sonar, and I felt the hook rip through its flesh when I lost, and I was brokenhearted with that. But we put a ton of little ones in the boat. That was fun. But then we did 13 hours that day.
Yeah, I go down there with Epic. You go on and get me on a monster.
And that makes it even worse with that, because it's not like like here with the big catfish. I know I got that shot. I'm going out the next day, couple days. I can always go back out. But when you go somewhere and it's not a fish that you're normally after, and you get that big one on, and it's something that you're not going to have as many chances to go get again, that makes it even worse.
Same old two-step GLM. Where you been?
Everything turns surreal when you hook into a good fish. I mean, it's like reality like slips away. It's like focus. I don't know. I compare it to like going 100 miles an hour on a motorcycle. You get pretty focused on what you're doing, because if you're not, you're in big trouble. And then when you lose it, it's like crashing into something.
Well, and some of it, I've talked with Epic and enough people, and you start doing the fights like that, and then you think back to little things, and you're like, that's the biggest thing, is to not get in too much of a hurry. Sometimes we get that big fish and we get in such a hurry, like we don't think we're landing it quick enough, or it's doing the runs, and you get nervous, and then you try to horse it more, and that's when you start making the mistakes.
That's when you make the mistakes, absolutely.
Yeah. So if you get that big fish, you get that fish of a lifetime, just relax. Try to take a breath. Don't do things that you wouldn't do.
Oh yeah.
That you normally wouldn't do.
Yeah, that's when you fuck up. Excuse my French.
You're excused.
The hot mic there, Brian.
I mean, it's my channel, so I guess I can mess up. At least I didn't do it on somebody else's. Not much YouTube. Yeah, I can dig it. Completely understand that, GLM.
But yeah, that's I think that's the biggest thing, is just try to stay calm, and you'll make a lot less mistakes.
Hey, Tim, how deep's the water where you guys are fishing there in Alton? Are you in really deep water? Are you having to pull that anchor 50 feet? That would suck.
Yeah, but one thing you gotta remember, $5 in the swim.
That's right, GLM. $5 in the jar. Rondell said that moment was at 5:19:01. If you want to check it out, Rondell had
look at it again before I go to bed.
He has it noted down.
Hey, that is absolutely right, because see, that just rolling in the bait is a lot of work. He said they put out puppy heads.
Oh yeah.
Tell him, Epic. You put out puppy heads. This is a disclaimer. Nothing to do with PetSmart or any type of
50 feet up and 200 feet of rope. 30 pounds. Yeah, that sounds like a long night. And you guys move quite a bit too, so that's a lot of work. Chris Souders uses a lot of anchor rope too. He'll put 200 feet out all the time.
Yeah, but it's all in where you anchor and where you want your boat to be.
Yeah.
If I anchor here, but I want to be here, then you got to throw enough rope to let you get that way, instead of throwing out maybe double. If you're in 25 feet, you throw out 50.
And if there's current, I mean, it's like it's almost an art form to get anchored up right.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
it really is. It's not easy to do.
You can throw the anchor out and you want to be there, but you think you're on a good spot. Then once that anchor lock, the boat turn completely around, and they put the other person on a good spot.
The spot you wanted to fish is in front of the boat. How the heck did that happen?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. Quick disclaimer. No puppies were actually hurt in the making of this video. We are not using actual puppy heads. It was just a description. We now return to the regularly scheduled program. Got to keep PETA off of the show, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but that's what they be putting out. That's why I call them puppy heads. That's why Sean be like, oh yeah, R&B, we got some puppy heads.
Yeah, and you know, the boat placement is such an important thing. Like you know, you'll see Epic a lot of times where it's just not right, and he'll move it, just reposition, and it might only be 10 feet or just a different angle, but it is such a true. Like this Saturday,
the current, you don't. For one, you definitely don't want, especially a heavy current, you don't want the back of your boat facing that current where the current is going the back of the boat. You prefer it in the front of the boat. The front of the boat is going to be able to take that current and it's going to roll. The back of the boat, say another boat come past, it's doubling them waves. Just with Chunky. Chunky can't stand that. He hate that when the water's rough.
Morning, Matt.
Well, he's got a shallow little John boat, though, doesn't he? Pretty much.
He don't have it's not a John boat. I want to say he got a 14-foot boat though.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's a flat bottom.
It doesn't have his boat can stand it, but when he anchors up, and then sometimes the current is going to the back of his boat, and he just don't trust it. Nothing's going to happen. But if he don't feel comfortable, then I don't blame him.
Rough waters, it'll beat you up. Even if you're sitting there on anchor. Like when I went with Jonathan up to Mendota, we had like 30-mile-an-hour gusts, and it's a pretty big, not long, but it's just a big like round lake. It's like a big bowl almost, 80 feet of water in one spot, or a lot of spots are 40 feet, 30 feet. We're fishing on ledges, and we're getting like 3-foot rollers all day. It's like beating the living snot out of you, Oh, yeah. Well, you imagine how it gets worse. Or even out here on the big lake, you get those 6-foot swells these guys are fishing, and they're, I can't take it. I'll be puking all freaking trip. Been there, done that. But I'll stick it out if I'm going to get some fish.
You're absolutely right with that.
Yeah,
you might think you got a monster, and it's not a monster because it feel like it because of the current. But when you get a monster, and you're reeling in that monster, going against the current, it feels double the size. If you
would it be smarter to chase it down, Tim? Is it smarter to chase a big fish like that down, or do you stay on anchor? That's the question I always have.
9 out of 10 is gonna pull you off anchor.
Yeah,
if you going against the current. That's just my opinion, but I think it will. You going against the current, pulling that fish, it's pulling you too. You gonna come off anchor unless you just deep down. It's gonna turn the boat. That's for sure.
All right, fellas, I'm going to hit the sack. Thanks for having me tonight. Fun as always. Stan and Brian.
Appreciate you, Mark.
See you guys during the week in chats or wherever. Messages, anything.
Oh, we'll definitely be talking.
Make sure you don't miss those calls from Uncle Lou, Stan, and you'll be all right.
Man, that's right. New phone is being ordered post haste.
Good deal. All right, so Epic says that they stay anchored. Good night, everybody. Thanks again, man. You guys have a great one.
All right, you too, Mark.
All right, later. Bye.
They got me feeling like it's late.
I know it's not even 1. I'm like, usually that's the people don't cut out till like 3 o'clock or so.
But no, I guess I see the numbers dropping in the dark near all those obstructions. Yeah, you're definitely right. You better, it's best to stay anchored. You don't see what's what. Yes, sir. Mr. Kenneth Fowl is still in the building. Appreciate you, good buddy. I met him, what that was the first night of the 7-on-7.
Yep. Yeah, he was out there with 1-tonners.
He was fishing with, who he was out there with that night?
Art from 1-ton.
Okay. I know, that was the second night. In the second part of the tournament. He was out there with somebody the first night.
It was one. Maybe it was Josh then from the One Tonners. He was with the One Tonners on Kerr Lake.
Yeah, he was up.
Oh, he's right there.
Yeah, it was Josh because Josh was helping co-host.
Right. That's right. And then Art was fishing it the second night with him.
Right, Jody? And then there was 2. It's about to be 1. I gotta go to the bathroom. But I know Stan hold the conversation.
Well, I'm not one much for talking, but if I have to, I guess I will. That's right, Valerie. Some of us are up all night, every night. Oh, all right, Epic. I'm sure that Brian will be willing to do that when he comes back. Well, let's see. I could actually do it, I think. But yeah, who were you fishing with the first night, Kenneth? And Jody doing a great job on Sunday nights. Little cat naps work fine with me. Yeah, that's my normal sleep pattern. I was so not used to getting a full night's sleep. It was crazy. Brian Epic said to send him the link. He'll jump up with us for a bit.
Uh-oh. I hope y'all ready. Strap your pants. It's about to go down. Let me see.
Yeah, awesome job with I always mess up the Carolina Reel Screamers, I think is the name.
Stan, I mean Epic, you on?
You want me? I can send it to him.
Yeah, send it to him because I'll put it up. It ain't coming up.
My screen might freeze for a second, but I'll send it to him.
I'll watch the basement. Uh-oh. We about to get some knowledge tonight, y'all. Y'all better go get y'all popcorn. I'm telling you now. All right, Josh, first night at Art Senior Mat on the B. Flat Rock, what's going on? Flat Rock, you just coming in. You're coming in at the right time, good buddy. We're gonna have the man, the myth, the epic. Driver said popcorn. Be right back. Lance, the cool guy. Yeah, that's what he said. He said he got time tonight.
All right, Epic, I emailed it to you. I mean, I texted it to you.
Just got an email.
Yeah, it was awesome because when we were doing the show, I was doing the show with Creole Bank to Boat.
Uh-oh.
There he is.
What's up, fellas?
Good fella.
We had the epic segment every Friday night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like a normal thing. That was pretty awesome.
Everything.
Wow, I got a cold too, but that is not going to keep me off the river. Hold on a second. Let me throw some lights on.
All right. We'd be more surprised to hear that it would keep you off the river.
What's up, Mark?
I
appreciate the
would
hook
have
set.
to be pretty darn dead to stay off the road. Oh, and you know, with my job change and everything, I missed a couple of weeks of going down there during prime time, and that was killing me, just killing me. I had some sort of wedding to go to. I had to do this. Oh my God, it was horrible. You know, you wait all winter long, and for us, you got to wait all spring. And you got to wait most of the summer before big blue cats come, the hippopotamus style blue cats. And there's a nut, you know, they're there, but those truly big monsters, that doesn't really show. They don't really show up until about August, since we're so high up on their thing, and kind of why I wanted to come on this show a little bit was because when I said hippopotamus, I meant I've never marked a fish that big, ever. And that thing, you know, yeah, okay, so you think, well, you know, you see a lot of different things happen because if a fish enters the cone certain ways, you know, but that was a traditional come in, move slow, and it didn't show up as like a big long stick like sometimes they do. This was a normal, but it was so thick and so tall on my screen. It was 20% of the screen, and I got a big ass screen.
That tells you something. It won a car.
Yeah, it did look like a running hippopotamus, the kind you see on National Geographic.
So you're saying this could have actually been verifiable proof of those Volkswagen-sized fish
I know
that the divers stay out of.
Well, the one thing that tells me that usually short fish don't run upstream on you. Okay, so the long, really long fish end up running upstream on you, like sturgeon. Like fish of 5 foot. And Sean and I had just been talking that I wasn't going to be happy with a fish this year unless it was approaching 6 foot. And I think it's possible, and I can't prove it, but it almost seems like that fish was an extra long fish. I can't say it was this or it was that. But I've seen enough big fish inhale baits. I've seen enough big fish take the rod down slow, just like the one that ripped the rod holder off. That was classic.
Yep.
4.5 to 5 foot long fish. 4 foot long fish don't do that. They don't move that rod down in 12-inch increments like this in fast water, because usually it's one of two things. It's either it goes really fast and really far because he comes up, turns, and just slides downstream, and there's no pump to it. That wasn't the case with that one. And it wasn't the case with Sean's either. Sean's was 12 to 14-inch takedowns in successive movements, and there was a slight pause. A flathead has a huge pause in it, and a blue has a short pause in it. It's a lot faster, that rhythm. But those bites were so slow that you can tell, and that movement, if you do the math, from dorsal fin to mouth is so big that the transfer of that rod and that movement before it hesitates is so long. All right, what's funny, Brian B?
Laughing at Mark. He just got off here and you came up. You see what
he just got off so he could go to bed, and now he put the headset on so he can lay and listen.
No, but Sean was absolutely devastated.
Yeah.
And he always says that, and for the most part, Sean's like all the rest of us. He doesn't really care who catches the big fish, but he in his heart has been so wanting a giant fish. It's been one of those things because last year the one trip that Sean didn't go on, and he was invited on every single trip, Every single one. The one that he doesn't go on, we catch the super monster.
Right.
He was a witness in the boat when Aaron was in the boat, and we caught an 80. And but as far as, you know, just seeing those, Sean's a really heartfelt guy. You know, he's a catfish romantic at heart.
Right.
He always talks about the beasts and how huge they are, and what kind of. I mean, he just goes on and on about that. And it, you know, to finally get one in his hands on that rod, do the crazy stuff that it did, the weight that it was, all that, and then get caught in the anchor rope, go upstream, which they never do. And he just felt like he just got robbed by the universe.
Well, he was the one that I got that whole. He was the one that first said about the, you know, this is going back a while too, about your soul being taken when you miss that fish and you don't get it back till you get another one. He was the one that first. So the way he describes things, he does have that. It is an emotional connection to the fish.
He does. Yes, he does.
He was definitely he was hurt behind, and I understand that too, and I'll be hurt too. Shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. But when Sean gets hurt by something, it might change his whole life.
Yeah.
And so I'm so glad that everybody they had a lot of good things to say. You know, you can do it. You get back in there and do all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, he cares what people think. And I was like, man, I hope this doesn't shell shock him, because if he gets kind of angry about it, he might say, I'm not fishing again until next year.
Yeah.
I'd be like, whoa. You know, I mean, but hey,
Wayne Epic will tell you that, because we just witnessed that.
Yeah, and what'd Wayne say?
He said, when I was a kid, the old fisherman said that the fish at the bottom of a dam, the fish are so large they could gulp a man whole. What do y'all think?
Well, I don't know about all that, because I think I would have had a shot as much as I fish below big dams and have all my whole life. I think at some point, one of those super giants like that would have come out. And if it's truly big enough to eat a man, there would be there'd be no hesitation. It would be just straight down like this.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't, you know, if you hooked one, I'm sure you probably would not be able to get it in, but I would have seen some sort of evidence. Or maybe I've never hooked one that lives that close to the dam. Maybe they never come out. I don't know.
You know, I think that some of these things got started with, there was, you know, divers down.
Yeah.
And they did come into contact with, say, an 80-pounder or a 100-pound catfish even, which, you know, you're down in that situation and you're coming face to face. It's going to look a lot bigger than what it is. So I think that kind of where some of that. But every dam, how many of us have my cousin's uncle's third wife said that her brother was one of the divers that actually did it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's one of those things out there.
I can attest to this one. Fish of that caliber, you know how like when you catch a 50, they're still somewhat round. There's such a flat space on these ginormous catfish that, you know, are like, you know, 40 inch girth, 45, 50 inch girth. The flat space is so big that if you couldn't see them and you touched one, and they're so powerful and they're heavy, you could very much imagine that thing's it's coming to eat you.
Right.
I mean, I'm not scared of much, but I don't think I'd want to. Well, we also know that in the 1870s there was verified evidence of 330 and 315 pound catfish that were actually purchased by the guys that went out for the Museum of Science and Industry, and we just lost power.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, great!
Nope, we got it back.
There it is.
Yes, Mark, that's all coming for you, because it's coming from the south.
Right.
I mean, what do you think, Brian D? What do you think about that Volkswagen size stuff? I've been hearing it.
I believe it.
Because, you know,
I believe it. I got a buddy that does underground welding, and he went down when they first did the bridge here on our side of town, and they said that they seen catfish the size of their body. So I definitely believe it.
The size of their body, I agree.
Oh yeah.
I agree.
And I'm talking about a grown man. You got size of the body. I mean, that's 100 pounds at least.
I've caught fish that are the size of grown men in height. I've caught some like well over 5 foot.
Mm-hmm.
62, 63, 64 inches. But matter of fact, that one that is on my my latest post,
mm-hmm.
where I'm holding it like that. That thing was well over 5 foot, and it was absolutely ginormous around.
Right.
Then I had a friend in my boat catch another one of that caliber that was a little different. It had a little bit smaller head, just a little bit, but a way rounder body, and it was probably 5'2" or 5'3".
See, and that's what I think. I think that's where those myths came from. Is they went down, they saw real life of 5 foot plus.
Yes.
Catfish, and it just was made into this larger than life type deal.
And Stan, I'm not down
they're down there with it. And they just say, man, this fish is big as me.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, hell, if the fish big as you and you down there, hell, that's a big ass damn fish.
Yeah.
And the raw power that the truly giant ones have is pretty darn amazing. You know, I mean, I had a hell of a grip on that one fish in the epic thing, and it tried to jump out of my lap 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
I mean, it slapped its own. I mean, it smacked its own face with its tail. If you look, if I would have slowed that down, that jump where it tried to, where I did the still shot of the fish with the tail coming way out like that.
Mm-hmm.
If I'd have slowed that down, which I did when I was editing it, it actually can turn its tail all the way back to where it can hit its own face. That's incredible.
That's powerful.
Yes.
That's powerful.
It's powerful. They're just one big chunk of muscle.
Mm-hmm.
We got Mark Knott out there. How's it going, Mark?
What's up, Mark?
What's up, Mark? You got Lance.
Dell's back with us. Wayne Houska.
Look at the small fish that try to eat a big bait. Oh yeah. You don't know. You know, I specialize in small fish for numbers. Them jokers take a big bait and get a hook stuck through their head because their mouth open up so wide. And they suck it in. They don't just go and bite it. Right. They inhale it and then bite down.
Yep.
Well, it was a few weeks ago. Stan 3 caught it was maybe like about a 2-pound catfish, and it was on a 1-pound live white perch.
Wow.
It was gonna do that.
It was a huge white perch, and the catfish bit right at the center, got hooked. He caught it.
Wow.
But the white perch was huge, and it's only like about a 2-pound catfish.
Catfish don't have any idea how big or small they are. They don't.
Because they don't do like us. We put a hot dog in our mouth and we bite the hot dog.
Yeah.
Them jokers take it and their mouth opens up. That bait, it goes, and then they close.
Now let's get into the science of it a little bit too. A snake has a cartilage joint where it unhinges at the bottom jaw, and it stretches so it can go around things. Well, catfish right in the center of their jaw also have, because their jaw isn't fused like ours. It also has a cartilaginous joint, so it can actually open fully and then actually hinge farther open to get their mouths open even farther.
Somebody in the chat want to know what your PB flathead is.
Mine?
Yeah.
98 pounds.
Well,
that's just crazy. For somebody what's your advice for the people that are trying to go? If you're just starting out, or you've been fishing for a while, but you've never really fished for those epic fish, or even the larger sized fish, what should people do to get started with that?
Get a drive. Get a work on your. I don't know if some people just have a natural personality or disposition for it. I mean, I've always, as long as I can remember, that's what trips my trigger. I rooted for Godzilla over King Kong. I liked Tyrannosaurus Rex. I didn't like them little that Ankylosaurus and all those other plant-eating Diplodocus and all that. I like the big predators, and the uglier the better. The uglier the better. I mean, so I guess an exaggerated awareness of what it's going to take and how much you're going to have to drive to do it and where you're going to have to fish. Because first, I mean, I went through the steps, and I'm going to try not to make this real complicated, which I oftentimes do. But I would use a lot of the things that I use now in the wrong waters. I tried for way too long fishing the Rock River, which is a good flathead river, but top end size is right around 55, 60 pounds. You hear of 80s, but you never actually see them. You know, those are usually 50s that somebody gets big eyes. But anyway, I fished the Rock River for a long time. I fished the Illinois River system for a long time. And I had to graduate to the Mississippi because I had reached a pinnacle of what I could not surpass. And I wanted to catch 60, 70, 80, 90, 100-pound flatheads. I wanted to catch 100-pound blues. And I wasn't prepared when I started, no doubt. I'll admit that 100 times. I didn't understand what it took because I fished comfortable waters. That is one thing I could say. I have never in my life caught a epic giant in comfortable situations. Never. I mean, I've caught some really good fish. The James is fairly comfortable. And we went down there and scored some 60s, 70s, and, some fish that nearly approached 80. But the spots that we caught those in and the amount of time we had to put in to catch those, I mean, some of them came at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, right before daylight. Sometimes it was stormy. Sometimes, sometimes it was floodwater conditions. Sometimes it was ultra low and frustrating. I used to, when I first started fishing, I had a smaller boat, and I used to go, well, let's see, I can go over here, and I'm out of the wind, and it's really nice, and it's really comfortable, and it's really this, and it's a beautiful day, but the giants just weren't there. And so I had to start punishing myself by throwing giant stuff, throwing a huge net, and going to super deep, super fast water. Not always super deep. I mean, I caught some really big fish and stuff that's, 25 foot or less. But I haven't caught. And that here's one other thing that would lend itself well to that question you had, Stan, and that is realizing that your quarry, as far as big blues, don't normally like shorelines. They don't normally like walls. They don't normally like. It seems that if you were to look at the river like a funnel, okay, so the slower water on the sides isn't really their habitat. It's that center. And it doesn't matter if I'm going to a split in the river or if I'm going to a big wide stretch or a narrow stretch. I don't seem to contact humongous fish, anything over 40 pounds, let's say. Very few times hugging next to the bank, unless it's steep and deep. If it just sort of dribbles out, I just don't really contact huge fish. And even when I go into a dam situation like where Sean locked onto his fish, I mean, it's got great side habitat, but we don't catch anything over 40 pounds, 50 pounds there. I got to get towards the middle, and you can't anchor in the middle. That's the other thing. Another thing is throwing sideways. I used to be so against it because you fish rocky rivers or woody snag rivers or whatever. That's just a recipe for losing rigs. Right. You got to not care about that. I convinced myself over the years that if I want to catch truly big fish, I'm going to have to utilize that sideways throw, that 90-degree throw. And then I'm going to have to put a big bow in the line, which is really kind of difficult. All right, Brian B., there'll be enough of that yawning stuff. Okay, so throwing sideways.
Got my energy drink.
I got big enough weights, and also I can't have too heavy of line throwing sideways because the current's just going to blow it automatically into a snag. I got to get it to where it's kind of hard to do on here, but the boat's here throwing sideways, the current's going this way, throwing sideways, and that bait is going to dribble. If I try to keep the line tight, it's just going to dribble and fall behind the boat anyway, or just immediately get into a snag. So I have to leave a big bow of line out. That's one of the great things of the advent of the circle hook. Allows a guy to set the hook with a bunch of slack. As long as there's a bunch of pressure on that line, you can still set that hook. You might have to sweep it farther, and it may be more difficult. Like Sean's not very used to it. That's a really tough thing. You gotta really do it. But no, that's been a big key to success there. The other thing is, don't be afraid to use big hooks and big baits. I mean, I've caught giant fish on small baits when it was absolutely necessary because the current's going so fast. A puppy head is just going to do nothing but, I'd have to have 120 yards of line out, or I'd have to have 30 ounces of lead. So, I'll streamline a bait. I'll do and that's the other thing, not getting stuck in a complete habit, keeping your mind open. All right. I made it complicated when I said I wouldn't.
No, that was I think you did a great job with that. Mark, Catfish and Crappie, was asking, where on the rock do I want to fish, Tim? Oregon?
Not in Oregon. You want to go, wow, it's kind of jet water down there. Dixon. If you're on a one-day trip and you're trying to stay close, Mark, Oregon's fine, but I've fished Oregon a lot, and the big fish habitat just really isn't there that much, at least at Dixon. You can go on the boat ramp closest to the dam. You can fish below the dam. You can fish below the bridge. Oh, they've changed that bridge a little bit. There used to be a nice hole right there, but you can go downstream, and there's a big bend down there of deeper water that is classically holds pretty big fish. Now, I don't know about the fishing pressure, but back in the 80s and 90s, there was getting to be a lot of pressure, a lot of bank poles, trap lines, jugs, all kinds of stuff, and that's one of the reasons why the flathead population of big fish back in those days kind of dropped. You see that happen. It's happened to the Ohio in my lifetime. I mean, stuff like that. But on the rock, Mark, you should probably just call me and we can discuss the options, because it would take probably 3 hours of discussion on here. If you can't ask me a direct question. If you can ask me a direct question, I can get to what you're looking for, and I can tell you where to go, because I've fished it all the way from Byron all the way to Green Rock, which is where it empties into the Mississippi.
He said Roger on Dixon.
Yeah.
He said, sounds good. So it sounds like he'll be contacting you.
Yep, that'd be a good thing, because then I can pick his brain at what he's looking for, because there's all kinds of options on every river.
And I know one thing that is you got to have expectations with it's a growth. It's a growth. If you're going out and your big fish is 10 pounds, you can't expect that, all of a sudden you're going to go get 100-pounders.
I mean, know what Mark's looking for a PB, but I don't want to send him to Castle Rock where there's a whirlpool of 60 feet of water in a giant thing where 3 sections come together and his little boat's tossed sideways, you know, and all you do is snag up because there's an actual bus in that hole, a school bus.
Timberlina, you are fired.
Dude, I'm telling you, I have been to places and I have. Matter of fact, a buddy of mine, I almost went to Florida once because a buddy of mine told me of a spot that he fishes, and it's got a full ferry boat, like one of those old steamship paddle wheel boats sitting in 75 feet of water. And I want to go fish that before I die. It's Bob from Jacksonville, Bob from Jax that gets on there.
You see what Timberlina said?
He
said, in other words, pack your lunch, Mark, because it's going to be a long day.
Yep.
Hey, trust and believe me, I use, if don't nobody believe what he say, I took him, use what he told me about that high current area, and I used that the day that we did the boat tournament, and we was in high current. We was in 53 feet. We anchored up, but we was casting out in like 70 something feet. Yeah, and that current was strong. And y'all seen what happened with E. He didn't even know that the fish was on. He was running in to check his bait, but that big hog was just laying at the bottom and just scrolling down. And he was hooked already. He was just reeling. And he was like, what the hell? And he was like, oh no, there's something on here.
Yeah.
It was a 45 on there.
On the Mississippi, you can find deep water holes that are scoured during floods, and then during normal water, there's not enough current there. Okay. When there's not enough current, just because there's deep water doesn't mean there's going to be fish there. A lot of times there's not any fish there. But get about 4 or 5 foot more water and some current going through there, and here all of a sudden, you know, you checked it last week, there wasn't a single fish in it. It looked like the surface of the moon. Then 4 or 5 feet more water, and all of a sudden it's stacked. And Stan knows exactly what I'm talking about right there. Because the James has got deep water. But when it's low, sometimes there's not a fish one in it that's willing to bite at least.
Yeah.
But raise that current a couple feet, raise that water level a couple feet, and they start filing in there because of that current is bringing food.
Well, and sometimes you can just it's a matter of just being over a certain amount. The current will be running faster 30 feet to your right or to your left, and you're just missing it.
Yep.
And they'll be hanging off. You might have even marked fish, but those active fish will be, 30 feet to your right or whatever, in that current is picked up in that one stream, that one channel through there. And, that's for a lot of people that haven't heard you talk before. Current is the first thing. That's the first part of the equation.
It's the paramount key, the absolute pinnacle. It's the foundation. It's the cornerstone of that whole equation. Once you take that cornerstone away, that equation it still works, but it's way less powerful.
And I know that I've even seen a difference, and it's more for bigger fish, because you can catch the smaller fish or the cookie cutters, and you'll get them in different ones. But when you're looking for those bigger fish, or even the active biting fish, I've really noticed the difference by trying to find the current, where you're like, wow, this looks like a good spot. There's this, there's that, there's it's right depth, and there's structure, there's even food there, but there's just no big fish there. Well, because they're out in faster water.
Part of how I notion or that hypothesis or that basically down to a scientific principle was I fished so much when I was young, and I fished so many different places. I fished places hard enough that had big fish, and I wasn't contacting them.
Thank you for calling McDonald's.
I just wasn't contacting the really big fish. So I thought, what am I doing wrong here? What am I doing? So then I decided that when it was for blues, I decided that no current. My new mantra is going to be no depth and no current is going to be too much, unless it's dying water. I mean, unless I think I'm just going to die. And there was no such thing as too close to a dam. There was no such thing as throwing a bait as far as I could throw it up into a dam. I mean, I started reaching out with rods and started, staying 4, 5, 6, 7 days, and that really solidified that current thing, but then it's not just a carte blanche. It's current for the species, the correct current for the species that you're looking for. It's also the correct current for the time of year, because blues will actually, in the wintertime up in the north, they will actually stack up in slower current because they're in a wintering phase, where they don't do it farther south. Like you get down in the Creoles area, well, they're not hiding behind wing dikes all winter, just being all lethargic and everything like they do up here because it gets too cold. But something else that kind of helped me figure that out about blues was, what was his name? He used to fish the one of those tributaries of the Jim Moyer. So Jim Moyer comes out with articles in in Fisherman about fishing blues in the wintertime in heavy current and deep water. I mean, he was using a piece of a railroad tie for an anchor, like an 80-pound piece of, like, I don't know, that long, in the middle as an anchor, because the current was so strong where he was fishing, and he was catching big blues. And I started thinking, man, because all that stuff usually comes out in the wintertime, and I know you were the same way, Stan. You get your In Fisherman, or you get your North American Fisherman, or you get your whatever, and you just read it, and whatever interests you, you're going to read it 2 or 3 times, and you're gonna think in your mind, okay, how does this apply to me, and what am I going to do, and how am I going to do this, and where am I going to find the kind of rods that can handle this? Because shoot, now there's all kinds of catfish rods and reels and all that stuff. You can just go buy it. Back in the day, you had to, you had to buy saltwater stuff.
Right.
Most of my stuff had a marlin on it. A little marlin on the side that had a big dumb, winch crank and all that stuff, and so, once I started getting into that, besides the Penn 3, you ever seen a Penn 330 GTI, Stan?
No.
It's like a coffee can. It's like this. It's got a big dumb crank like this.
Well, then I may have, yes.
Huh?
I may have. Did they have the big white handle on it?
Yeah, it looked like abalone bone,
Yep. Yes. Then I have, yes.
So the can on it was so big that it would backlash. So I started wearing a glove because I gotta throw these things. So I started wearing a leather glove just to thumb that thing down so I wouldn't backlash it. And I've still got some of the line because I used to use 80-pound main line because I didn't know any better. I didn't, the 50-pound line back in those days was kind of weak, and you had to really get into the it was like cable. You know what 80 pounds like. Well, this is the old style 80. And it looked like spaghetti.
Yes.
I used to use musky line, the black stuff, the bridge. It'd get caught up in your spool and all that stuff. Terrible stuff. Terrible to try to, tie a knot with it and all that.
Let's see. We had a couple other good questions out here. Well, first of all, Duggar, how's it going? Welcome.
What up, Duggar?
Let's see. Somebody else I thought came in, but okay, Pontoon Jody, and this is something that we've talked about before. Pontoon Jody asked, man, where'd it go? It was way up here. It was about bigger fish. She said, I've been on big fish that never bit. Do I need to throw bigger baits?
I've had that problem for the last 3 weeks down there. You guys have heard that guys that have been in the live. Normally, it's not necessarily bigger baits. It's usually the bait of choice. And you saw on the last live that we were not having that much luck because the bite was finicky with our normal baits. Big pieces of carp, big pieces of sucker, little pieces of sucker, white bass heads, all that stuff. And everywhere we stopped, I was marking the kind of fish that I want to catch. But they were just milling around. I could not get, I think we only got 6 bites all night. And we marked 150 fish between 30 and 50 pounds, 25 fish between 50 and 70 pounds, and probably 20 fish between 70 and who knows how big. But I could not get them to bite. That is the so what we did is we went and we netted moon eye, and as soon as we netted moon eye, we got a few of them to bite. Now, was it just timing or where we are at? That's possible too, but we did land one of our 40-pound fish on a big, huge chunk of sucker. But I have seen it to where you can't get them to bite on certain things, and then you use something else, and then all of a sudden it's on fire, except for the 1 or 2 rods that you left with the old style bait that you weren't having success with. Then you know, because if they just turn on or they move in and all of a sudden they're biting everything. When blues are active, you could catch them on damn near anything. But when they're finicky, that is the key to you know, keeping the skunk out of the boat, or maybe catching a big fish or 2 instead of, you know, wishing you were catching.
Well, and some of that we've talked about that. You know, the theory that you're trying to come up with as far as like where you're seeing like across the country, their fish just aren't biting.
Yep.
So it's on that cycle, I think, where, you know, you're on that bottom part where unless it is the bait that they just can't resist, no matter what you do, you know, they're just not going to chase a bait. They're not going to come after it and then it comes back up again. And I think that's part of it. That you know, sometimes it's just the timing of it. They're just not ready to feed.
Yep.
So no matter what you throw out there,
place at the right time.
Yeah.
You know, and I probably can't stress that enough. You know, because a lot of people are like, well, how do you catch so many big fish? I said, well, because I've hunted for them. I've put the work in. I put the 50,000 hours in, or whatever it takes to, you know, become an expert at what, you know, people say, hey, you know, how do you do that? I put a lot of time in it. You know, I put less time in it now than ever. I mean, just because my job changed, you know, and then, you know, whatever, I got kids, and, you know, before I had a cheap house, I didn't have kids, you know, I had a good job. I could go here, go there. I had 30 days vacation. I could go on, you know, weekdays. I had 25 personal days. You know, it just, and then that all changed.
Well, and we've talked about that before too. Sometimes it's catfish by attrition. I mean, some of your bigger fish, you've said, where you've had to be out there and just out there. And you know,
and everybody else has lost hope a long time ago, and I've got them held hostage in the boat because I know what can happen. I was just telling Sean on the way home, I said, there's once in a while I'd have customers that want to leave at 5 o'clock, and now I've got them dialed in because it was difficult. And I'm like, if you can stay just one more hour, I'm going to get you that 50-pound flathead. And sure enough, most of the time, it worked. You know, my biggest flathead on the Rock Island pool came at like 3:30 in the morning with very little current, very little hope. And we just ended up getting lucky enough. We fished the epic spots. We got lucky enough to contact a monster. And this thing was, it's been a long time, but I'm sure that one was over 5. Yes, it was over 5 foot. That one was. Like 59 to 63 inches, somewhere around there. 5 foot to a little bit over on the one I'm talking about. There's been other ones that were longer than that, but yeah, and it is, and it's going to happen to you, Stan. You put enough time in, you know, as long as you don't spend time too much time chasing small fish or bumping or too much dragging and drifting. As long as you can spend enough time, you know, putting baits in spots where a big careful fish is going to be convinced to be able to eat that bait. Yeah.
Well, that's where you know, earlier in the year when Stan 3 caught that monster flathead, you could hear him in the video. This made all week worth it. I mean, he was out 7 days. He had that whole week, and he was out hours and hours every day targeting, and that's what he was going for. And got that much closer each day. It took a whole week to get that 50-something inch flathead.
Is Stan 3 like flathead ruined now?
Yeah.
I mean, did he go, well, I caught it, so I mean, did the fire go out on the flatheads, or?
No, because he caught a 30-pound. It's you know, we're actually trying to work on going upriver a little more because that's where the bigger flatheads are. So his amount of time is kind of the time that he has available has kind of shrunk recently for some of the reasons that you have spoke about. But
that'll put the brakes on.
But yeah, that's you know, that's been with us. It's just been time on the water, keep more time on the water, learning the spots and saying, okay, well, yeah, these fish are okay here, but I want to catch this size fish. Well, we've got to start moving here. Yep. Then it's okay. Well, I want this next size fish, so we got to start moving here.
Yep.
And
that's very true. And you know, I'm not attuned to the James River, how it is now, like I was in the 1997 to 2007. All right. Do you talk to a lot of anglers that fish that are like, you know, I guess big fish psychos? Stan?
I'm sorry, what's that? Do I speak to?
Is there still like the Jimmy Weirs and the Chris Eberwines and the Chris Harrises that go out there all the time trying to catch a monster, or has that is that really not there anymore?
There's still people that do it. One of the most recognizable ones right now is oh my gosh, why did his name just yeah.
Nautical Pride. Yeah, he's good. I mean, he's very intelligent. He talks good. He knows his business. He's a guide. I mean, he is going to know. But there again, how many 70s, 80s, or 100s does he catch in a year? I don't know. I mean, usually if somebody catches a fish of that kind of caliber on a river, people hear about it. Are you hearing about 80s and 90s on the James anymore? Or has it reached, because that population can reach a pinnacle at which it can no longer support huge fish like it did until the fish get older? Because New Lake Syndrome, when they first put them in, they grow relatively fast. So you might have some 70s, 80s, 90s in a short amount of time. It may take another 20 years now that the population is big and it's kind of filling all the niches to get 80s, 90s, 100, 120. Because I think it's possible on the James to have a decent amount of 100+ pound fish, but it might take another 2 decades. I don't know.
Right.
What do you think?
I think they are there. It's just like you said, they're not everywhere. So you got to find where those truly. It's going to be the people that are able to put everything together and find out where those few spots are that are going to hold those fish like that. So yeah, I definitely think they're out there. It's just a matter of finding exactly where they are.
So, key thing to remember as far as a truly giant fish in any system, it doesn't matter if it's 50 pounds in a smaller river, the top end size of fish usually occupies 2% or less of the population. Think about that. Flatheads on the Rock River, and I've been doing the, with the studies and doing all that stuff where they do actual commercial netting, not just creel studies. This is where, I helped pull the nets, so I know where they were putting them. So I know they were contacting the biggest fish in the river. It was the Rock River fish over 50 pounds was less than 1%. Matter of fact, it was, I think, less than 0.5%. So, and then the Mississippi, less than 1% for flatheads. And then blues seem to occupy about 2% as far as the truly big fish of what that system can attain to. So we know the Mississippi has fish up to 130, 140 pounds, and those fish are going to be significantly less than 2%. And then it's going to trickle down to, by the time you get to the 40, 50 pound range, it's going to occupy a bigger percent of the population. And then once you get under that, it's going to be the bulk of the population. That's just how it works. Channel cats are somewhat the same way, even though they need special circumstances to get really huge ones.
All right.
But what I was trying to figure out for you is, what is the likelihood and timing that you can go and realistically expect to have a decent shot at a true monster? Is it every time? I think so. But how big is the upper end size on the James at this point in time?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that one of the things that happens is there's so many people that fish catfish on the James River. It's a popular river for catfish. You'll see, you can see a catfish boat. You know what it is. They've got 12 rods in the rod rack. You can definitely see, and every day you go out there, whether you're upriver or downriver, you see those boats out there. So there's people doing that every day. So there's not as much, they're not as willing to talk about it because there's so many people that fish for it. Yeah, but so I definitely think that the fish are there.
Okay.
The bait is plentiful. The water, it's got the right currents. It's got the right, everything.
It doesn't freeze.
Right. It gets down, the water temperature gets down in the 30s, but it's not going to freeze completely over like some of the rivers up north. And, so it definitely, I feel like every time I go out, I've got a chance at it. And, one of these days it'll happen. It's just, I love the learning part of it. I try to learn something every time we go out. And, sometimes you just go out, you're just going out to have a day or whatever, and you're not really focused on that big fish, especially if you're doing like a live, whatever. You may start out like that, and if it's a tough day, you're trying to put some catfish on the boat or on the bank, and that's what it is. But then other days, okay, we're going to be out here. We're going to be out here till Sunday, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to catch that big fish, and
Well,
it's definitely a learning process.
I'd like to say it again, because like early on when you had me in your lives a lot, I used to say, realistically, a lot of the country doesn't really have a shot at 100-pound fish. They really don't. Unfortunately, some of the lakes, yes, especially on the East Coast, and like with Haz, where he fishes, and Chunky, I don't know if they have a shot at 100-pound fish yet. Some of those rivers, and I don't know exactly when the Potomac was stocked, but I think it was about the same time as the James, was it not?
Yep. Yes, it was.
But
Right around the same time. Yep.
Yeah, and some of them take a lot longer to get that population to where you've got super giant fish. Now, there's no doubt there's 40s, 50s, and 60s in there. No doubt. But there's an awful lot of bait going into that river, and it's not a big river.
Yeah, well, the record for the Potomac is 84 pounds right now. So
okay. So yeah, that's plenty big. I mean that's plenty big. So I would put the Potomac on that list of super giants.
And I think that it's gonna be I think that that's gonna be broken, because you see there's a lot of 50s, 60s, like Haz's caught a 62-pounder. Just this past couple of weeks ago, where you had Bex from No Real Loss caught a 56 and a 62, I think, on the on the same day.
Yeah.
So you're starting to see those fish. There's multiple 60s that's being caught. So I think that that there has to be some 80s and above that are in there now.
But
let's
in a
see.
river like that, I don't know where they hide.
Yeah.
Something about the Mississippi. There's a lot of anglers on the Mississippi, but it's so vast that there's areas that literally no one fishes but commercial fishermen, because the access is terrible, the current's horrible, there's pools that no one fishes for catfish because it just doesn't lend itself well to it. But on the Potomac and on the James, those fish cannot hide very well. And so I don't know if I don't know where the population will end up in the next 20 years.
Right.
And really you can look at it at 20-year increments, because it takes a good 20 years for a population to come up or go down. I mean, actually it can go down quicker than that, but for it to come up from a low population of 50-pounders to a heavy population of 50-pounders, and then you get that 2% of those fish that either have the genetics to grow fast, before sexual maturity, and then end up at 80, 90, 100 pounds, and then have indeterminate growth once they stop growing and have enough time to get that big. Because I suspect most of the 100-pound fish that I've caught are not young fish. I don't think, I know the last one was not a young fish. I mean, you can tell by looking at that thing.
Right.
I mean, that thing's old. Old as me or you, probably older.
Right. And, like Dan, Green Machine caught a 70-pounder a month or so ago, and you could see the tail had already started to, the tail was like worn down, and it kind of lost its thing. You could see that it was a beautiful fish, 50 something inch fish, but it was old. It was an old fish.
Yeah.
And it was at 70 pounds. So, here's a question from Dale Hayslip. And I know this is going to be one of those ones that need to be more specifics on it. But what water temperature before they start feeding real heavy for winter?
Well, ours don't. Ours get out of Dodge. Where I'm at, where I fished this last weekend, as soon as that water temperature starts cooling off, it's a worse bite than it is now. They actually the population starts leaving. I don't mark the amount of big fish in three weeks from now that I do right now. So they're highly transient where I'm at. But I do know that there is a water temperature in what I would consider to be landlocked blues like yours. Yours are basically landlocked. It's 28 miles from the falls or so to the ocean, right? So 28 miles is like a single pool on the Mississippi. So like from one dam to the next dam is like usually 28, 30 miles.
Right. Like the James, the entire James is, pretty much the same longitude. It's all in the state of Virginia. They can't really go south to find warmer water. It's just they've got to look for deeper holes, or
they still go down. Still go down.
Yep.
They'll be from the falls and sometimes above the falls in the warm water period, but as soon as that water starts cooling off, here they come. So they do the same thing on the Mississippi, and they just start going down. And I suspect that if you telemetry tagged my fish where I'm at, a lot of them end up halfway to Creel's place. Now, they also winter in the Missouri, which the Missouri dumps into the Mississippi, right where I fish. So there's a dichotomy there. They don't all just necessarily leave, but they winter and they bite less, and the bite window is shorter, and sometimes they don't bite for days. Like I literally went to the Missouri in the winter and marked all kinds of what I know to be big blues and sat on them all day. For 2 days they didn't bite, and the third day they finally bit for an hour. Just stuff like that. So so to try to answer Dale's, you could say that if you have a situation that lends itself well to a dropping water temperature bite, it's going to happen somewhere about in the 60s to high 50s is when that metabolism is going to change. So whether it's to your advantage or because it's to my detriment up here, but it's to advantage down south. Because actually, really hot water will shut them off too. It seems that water temperature range somewhere between, once it gets to be about a little bit over 85 degrees, it seems to kind of shut fish. Their metabolism's high, but they just don't. I don't know what happens, but the bite's just not great, especially at 90 degrees. You'll see that in power plants too, where if that water's just cooking hot, it's tough to get a bite. But if it, but once it falls under 90, to the 85, you start picking up your bite, and it's actually better about between 70 and 80 degrees. Optimum range for growth in aquaculture is actually 75 degrees. Although in cold water they put on more weight. But for some reason, aquaculture, they can't hold catfish down to 60 or 55 degrees because the population density that they have in there lends itself well to emerging problems such as bacterial infections, ick, hole in the head, droop, dropsy, all that stuff. They just can't do that. So at 75 degrees, that's what the aquaculture, especially fish farming, says is their best. Their catfish gain the most weight. They're the healthiest. Blah blah blah.
Here's a question that I know the answer to. Tim Molina says, Tim, since you're fishing big water with big current and anchoring, do you ever have problems with logs and other debris?
All the time. All the time. Not every time you get a 30-foot tree try to sink your boat, but you got to be aware and prepared for it. I mean, I should show this on my next live, but I've got a giant clip that goes to the front of what do my kids call that? There's a thing on ancient ships that they used to use as a battering ram. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I forget what they call it. My kids call it that, but it's that piece of it's basically steel that I had made and bolted to the front of the boat. That's got 2 prongs that come out, and you can wrap it on one, wrap it like this, and wrap it like that. So on that is a bar that goes across, and it's welded to it. And there's a clip that goes around it. So if I have to unclip that thing and just throw that anchor rope in the water, I can. I don't prefer to do that, but yeah, I can. So yeah, I mean, there's trees. The other night, there was just a bunch of trees coming down for some reason. They must have lifted a gate or did something. And, you know, we were down there getting mooneye, and all of a sudden we look over, and it looks like, I mean, there's 20-foot trees just hanging out in the dark. You know, and that is one other thing. A jet's expensive to run. It's loud. It's obnoxious. It's everything else. But I can literally hit those trees and not wreck my boat or, you know, ruin the lower unit or whatever. I can actually jump over those as long as they're not looming way out in the water. And I've seen some of those. You're like, whoa, what's that? It's not an old tree. It's a new tree with limbs sticking up like 8 feet and tumbling down the river. You're like, oh my gosh, what is that?
Let's see.
And one thing on the big waters you got to be aware of. You got to be aware of. Has there been a slight rise that's picking logs up off the bank and wind to put them out into play? Is it a weekend? Because weekends you got those giant tuna boats washing stuff offshore. Generally pretty placid if the water's either going down or staying normal, and it hasn't been a big pleasure boating weekend.
Well, with the tidal waters, we would get a lot of that. The tidal rivers, with it going up and down.
You've got to have a ton of it, because half that stuff never truly flushes out. It comes your direction, then it goes the other direction.
Yep.
It sort of seesaws until finally it goes out in the ocean somewhere.
Yep. There's pretty much always some sort of debris, and that's actually how you can kind of tell where the tide's going, just by looking at which way the debris is flowing.
Yeah. You know what else? You know what you guys never talk about? Barnacles.
We don't talk about what?
Barnacles. That used to be our biggest nemesis, was the barnacles.
Really?
Because you know, you get, I don't know, I think we fish more down into the kind of the brackish water almost. I don't think there's a ton of barnacles right up by where you fish.
No.
It's more down, and we would get cut off on barnacles quite a bit, especially fishing sunken ships, because I mean those barnacles are sharp, and that's one thing I wanted to mention to you. I thought about it the other day. I said you got to get down in the barnacle territory.
Yeah.
You know, even when the population was lower, it seemed like for as little time as, and we fished the James quite a bit, but for as little time as we fished it, we caught an exorbitant amount of fish between 50 and 70 pounds. But most of the time it was down in the big water.
Yep. And that's more where we're starting to head more down that way.
And I cannot wait until you take a picture of what I used to call the clipper ship, and it's actually pointed, and it comes out of the water not too far from shore where the river splits. There's an actual island, and if you're looking downriver, it's on the right hand side. There's 50 some feet of water on one side, 20 foot of water on the other side. And once you get to that spot, I want you to send me a picture and say I found the clipper ship.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll send you a picture and I'll call.
All right, that's going to be awesome.
Aaron says he just wants to see a monster, Catfish Regulators, wants to see a monster caught on that Mad Cats rod.
I'm going to do everything in my power to do it too, buddy.
And he also says he thinks that the record stays in the Lake Kerr, Lake Gaston.
It probably, because you hear Sean and I talking about athletic fish all the time. You know, we catch the fish that we catch are very long, but oftentimes they're not as girthy. And I've seen some of those Gaston fish, those Kerr Lake fish. They're like the old style James River fish, where they're almost as round as they are long, and they're big. I mean, they're huge. I I mean, just rotund. So yeah, I mean, as far as the record, what is it, 143?
Yep.
I believe I have a shot at it, but I think it probably does stay in a lake system, even though the Kerr and Bugs Island, that it's going to reach a pinnacle and then it'll do a downslide where you won't have as many giant fish, because once that population gets full, and well, I can't say that for sure. You never know. Kerr Lake could come up with 170 next year. And then you go, oh, yeah, it's probably going to stay, you know.
Yeah.
I truly think that in the next 20 years, the record could be 180 in the next 20 years. I don't think it's going to do an abrupt jump, but it might. I mean, it could. But I think as more people catfish, as more people are tackled up with this great gear that is available now,
Yes.
and good line and good reels at an affordable price, and you know, boats, and you know, fishing's becoming more popular, and you know, people are wanting to catch bigger ones. Yeah, I think the possibility of 170 in the next maybe even 10 years is very possible.
Yeah, well,
I don't have anything to do with it. I want to catch a 150 or better this
yeah.
year. I only got
Well,
3 weeks to do it.
If
Maybe 4.
what was I just gonna say? Yeah, as far as it's Muskrat that says Roger from Muskrat Adventures. The best way to catch a big fish, a huge fish, is to be prepared to catch a huge fish. So just like you said, the lines are better, the equipment's better, and you know, to get some of the equipment that we have nowadays that it's affordable. Before was like top end. You had to spend some bucks to get the same level that we can get now for.
It wasn't even the same level. I had to spend a lot of money on those reels that had marlin on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, and they were not catfish stuff.
Yeah.
They were trolling reels. You know,
I mean,
get close to what I've got now.
The Uncle Lou rod that I caught that sturgeon with was just unbelievable, and that's just a moderate priced rod.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful. I mean, it handled the pressure perfectly. I mean, it was just it was beautiful.
Well,
So
there's something to be said about the angler on the other end of something like that too.
Well, thank you.
Because if you take a greenhorn and you throw them in that situation, let's just say the biggest fish you'd ever caught was like a 10-pound channel cat, and then all of a sudden we throw you on a 200-pound sturgeon. You are not, I mean, you're going to make mistakes. Think about it. I would. I did. I mean, I tried to, horse fish years ago. Oh,
What?
I got to get this thing in, blah, blah, blah. Can I turn up my mic? I don't know. You know what I can do?
No, you're good. I hear you.
Okay. Said Susquehanna Stan said, can Tim turn up his mic? And I don't really have a mic. It's just a old, crappy iPhone that's been dropped in the lake, in the river. It's been stepped on. Blah blah blah. Well, yeah, and it's so old now it won't even do an update. It just doesn't do an update. So I'm gonna have to get a new one. But anyways, no, the stuff we have available to us now, like the Uncle Lou rod, and then you put it together with an experienced angler. You're not gonna horse them too hard. You know how to use the drag. I mean, I watched you, Stan. You can do some pretty incredible things, and I'm gonna tell you right now, if you can land that sturgeon, you can land a world record catfish.
Well,
on that rod, on that reel, I have no doubt in my mind.
but it is. I almost went into that. I'm not saying panic mode, but I almost went into that where I wasn't gaining anything. And almost got into that. Okay, I got to crank down on it, or I got to do. And I could hear our conversations, and I'm like, okay,
yes,
okay, let's go back. I got my time. I got it. It's hooked good. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And,
Yep.
you
And
know,
that's what
let it stay down. I wasn't trying to force it up to the top. I was just trying to keep pressure on it
Yep.
and let it swim. I was trying to keep it down.
Yep. And you try not to wear the fish out too much, but you also try not to wear yourself out too much.
Yeah.
You can burn yourself up on that. I've had many guys in my boat burn themselves out on big catfish many times. And you know, so I learned, I just put my hand on the shoulder.
Yeah.
All the time in the world, buddy. Don't get tired and horse the fish. Get a comfortable stance. Use the fulcrum of the rod. Take the line that the fish gives you, and leave it at that. And you know, I just coach him along the way, and it's been pretty successful. And Sean ends up in the weird situations where it happens too quick, because Sean can do it. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he can land a super monster. It's just, man, I mean, it's either it gets him into a tree within, you know, the first, you know, 50 cranks of the rod, or, you know, or gets in the anchor rope because you can't stop it. And that was a tow truck rod, heavy action tow truck rod with 80-pound braid and a Burning Shark saltwater reel. That was no joke. That was pretty crazy.
Let's see. Regulators said part of their problem is getting broke off on mussel beds.
Yeah, you can. You certainly can. I don't normally target too many mussel beds, but I know guys that do, and they say they've got a problem with that too, because those mussels, they're not like clams. They I guess they adhere to stuff. They stick to it. So it's the sharp edges of all kinds of stuff. And yeah, I can see that. Barnacles are basically the same type of creature.
Let's see. Mr. Duggar says, Tim, have you ever used?
There's Brian B.
Tim, have you used
on the phone?
You ever use a 10 to 15 foot leader on a slider weight and let it wash back natural in a current?
I have not.
I wouldn't.
Usually, what I do, and I don't know if anybody saw it on last live, but I wanted to cover more water because the fish didn't seem to be moving to my baits. So I actually downsized from my donkey weights that I wanted to ledger, and I went to like 5 ounce and left some pretty big baits on. So I cast them to where to the distance that they barely hit the ground, the bottom, and then I started lifting them up and you know, just letting them slide back in the current. And so, good night there, James T. Tiberius Kirk. No, you know, and so yeah, I do things like that, but it's usually less conventional, I guess, than most people use. I mean, I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff get used in the last 15 years. Not that it doesn't work. It's just I'm kind of old school, and I just kind of do it my way, I guess. There's Aaron.
Everyone said he switched to 1/16 inch garage door cable, 4 foot. I fish a lot of sand rock ledges and underwater caves, deep. I'm only use that when I fish a certain area.
Yeah, I did the same thing, Aaron, because I fish a lot of barges, and you might have heard me talking with Mark about the Rock River, and there are some limestone caves where the water comes in reverse along the bottom, and you end up seesawing your line off. I learned how to deal with that without the aircraft cable, but I got into a situation where the big fish were underneath the barge, and I would put it along the barge in 20 foot of water, and they were going back and cutting me off in it. So I did invest in some aircraft cable. But then when I went to South America, I bought some 200-pound test in big spools. So then I started using that. 200-pound mono is actually a lot friendlier for me than that aircraft cable.
Got you, Duggar. Yeah. It's a lot of what you would say techniques and
there's a ton. And I love it. I really
things you can do
it.
to, and I mean, one way doesn't trump another, because whatever you use work, and whatever I use might work too.
Yep.
But it's all in what you do. They got that going. Get to make it right and get on them.
Brian B, I'm just old, set in my ways. You know, I've done all the super great. You know, like I call all that stuff that Aaron. You know, I got some younger friends that, you know, they're probably only 10 years younger, but they got in the tournament scene a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they got Christmas tree ornaments and freaking fancy rods and fancy reels, and they're bumping and dragging, and they got, you know, I mean, they got more money in that stuff than I
mean, no. I'm not saying that about that. I'm just saying it's more than one way to skin a cat. But
that's
at the end of the day, what you say is pretty much taking his goal, because it's proven.
Thank you. But
you're more proven than anybody else in the catfish community that goes on. When you say you're going live, your shit jump up and
Brian, I think that
I can have a live praying, and I'm saying, okay, fuck y'all, I'm canceling this shit. Epic is going live.
Oh man, I think it's mostly because Sean's fun to watch.
Ain't nobody gonna watch this shit.
Oh man.
Now, prime example. We got 20 people in here right now. I think we was down to like 17. But if I would have said Epic is gonna be on no script, shit, I know we'd have probably had 100 people in here.
Well, I don't know, you know, and I'm still surprised that there's that many people interested in like
20. You got 20, and we got one other, and they just don't know because it wasn't advertised that Epic was gonna be on. We didn't know that you was coming up. You popped up in the chat, say, "Hey,
yeah,
come on, cut the shit. Give me the link. You know I'm coming up." But now I know Stan got your link. Then we could do something and set something up, man. We could definitely
sure.
Because earlier we had who we had? Creole up here. We had Mark up here.
Yeah.
Ryan Bortz.
Ryan Bortz up here. We was sitting there kicking the bobo. I think we was up to like 40 at one point. Has part of the no script.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Valerie. It's always exciting when the professor's in the house.
Well, let me start drinking.
I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody, so I don't want to say, "Hey, Epic in the chat." So I just let it be.
Yeah, no, I'm still amazed at the awesomeness of the entire catfish community on YouTube.
Catfish community is awesome. 100%.
Rocks. Absolutely rocks. I mean, they're positive. I mean, they like, you know, you and Hazel tease each other and whatever, and nobody thinks it's real. You know, they know where it is. You know, and
some people don't even know. Some people don't even know. They think we mad at each other.
Yeah.
And they don't understand.
Talk about hardcores. There was 40 or 50 people still in our live, and they knew we weren't going to catch another fish. We were already going to the truck. They're just in there talking amongst each other, talking. Mm-hmm. I mean, they just truly love it, and I love it.
Yeah, I was one of them 40 to 50. You say you got 40 people in here. What do you say? 40 people in here. 47 of them sleep.
Yep.
And then look, I'm still sitting there like, yep, you can call it that because I'm woke. But motherfucker, I'm tired and I ain't gonna type because now I gotta sit here and start talking to everybody.
Well, Epic, here's a question from Susquehanna Stan. If you can't anchor in the middle, what about using planer board to get out in the middle?
Not with
Nothing wrong with that, buddy.
Not with that kind.
You know, back 25 years ago, they started using a few planer boards. And that's one of the first things I thought about when I was basically kind of shorebound. You know, when I was shorebound, I'm like, man, I gotta find a way to get out there but I didn't end up using them because the advent of bigger weights, better line, longer casting rods, stuff like that. I just never did use them. But I would really entertain, if I was still on shore, I would really entertain using those. And I think it would work.
All right, Tim Molina signing off. Good night, Tim. Have a great night.
Good night, Mr. Molina.
J Fox Hunter says, I call him Mr. Catfish when he on the TV.
I've met some really great people here. I mean, not just the people I interact with face to face like you guys. I mean, just the text, you know, just texting back and forth with people. They're very kind, very gracious, experts in their own right on their own waters. You know, other guys that are out there, you know, either hardcore in it or people that are just enjoying the weekend fishing and want to talk about it. You know, all kinds of stuff like that. It's awesome.
Here's something from Mr. Duggar Fishing. We use it a lot for mutton snapper and works for catfish. Works great with flatheads. What works in salt water sometimes works in fresh water and vice versa.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I have found out that the more that I've learned about catfishing and the more I've gotten better with that, my saltwater fishing, my bottom fishing in saltwater has improved just from what I've learned from catfishing, because it's a pretty similar technique, if you will. You're just, you know, you're fishing in a little different areas, but the techniques are, and the equipment is basically the same.
Mm-hmm. Chris Harris used to tell me, and he was the guide on the James. I know you remember who he was, but just for everybody listening, he was the guide on the James. It was a buddy of mine back in the 90s, early 2000s. And he said one of the things that got him into catfishing is it was a lot like cobia fishing. So there was a saltwater guy that used to catch cobia of massive proportions, decided since he moved to Richmond, instead of, I think he was over towards Chesapeake Bay first. Then he moved to the town of Richmond, and he said, there's blues in here. And I mean, because he was a good cobia angler, that's what he used to kind of figure out the big blues. But I mean, back when the Virginia state record was 30 pounds.
Yeah, like I said, it's definitely helped.
Oh yeah,
and vice versa. It was I had saltwater fished, you know, up in New York. We'd go down to the Jersey Shore all the time. So then, when I first started going for the bigger catfish here, I kind of used what I was doing in saltwater for targeting the bigger catfish here. So
see, there you go, Stan. You were light years ahead of somebody that just jumps into just fresh water for catfish.
Let's see. There were some other things I saw here. Oh, Regulators said the funniest part of that epic night was that horn as y'all were leaving for the lot.
Oh my gosh! Yes. Oh, it gets me every time.
All right, Richard. Richard said, good morning, all. Just a quick hello. I was getting ready for work and a thumbs up. Air runs in here. Where was the first part of that? He said, never hurts to listen. Oh, he was saying about using balloons instead of planer boards. You can use balloons and you can cover some water with that.
Ken. I have a pack of balloons in my boat at all times. Because at some situations, I'll find where there's a backflow. So imagine this. Most of the time, the water flows from north to south at a dam. But if they shut the right gate off, there'll be a flow that goes towards the dam.
Right.
And I can't cast that far because most of the time I got to stay back to the line. But if I can pick up, just say like that burning shark reel, it holds like something stupid, like 500 yards of 80-pound power pro. So I can use these balloons and literally float a bait all the way to the dam gates, and I've actually caught some 100-pound fish doing that in the past. Well, I take that back. They were about 85, 90.
Sound good though.
Yeah, they weren't 100-pounders. They were only 98 pounds.
Yeah. Hey, these catfishermen are pretty literal on here. They want you to weigh it down to the ounce.
Yeah.
Luckily, they don't give us a bunch of pressure for doing that because I don't like spending the time to do it. I don't like doing that. I mean, I could see that, I can understand.
Thanks, Richard.
We just don't, because we know what the appropriate range is, and that's what we say, and we're fine with it. I'm not going to argue with somebody. If I say 50 and somebody says 45, I'll be like, okay, it's 45. Whatever. 32 for all I care. It's an awesome fit.
I get it, like, because as you first start getting them, and you hear people talk so much about weight, it's like, all right, how much does it weigh? And you want to find out. But then after a while, it's like we were getting 30-pounders. Like, man, I wanted to see, I wanted to see the weight. But then after you get some of them, it's like, all right, I'm not really worried about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I weighed fish. I weighed fish for 25 years.
Yeah.
And I've had, especially when I was guiding, because I had to carry a scale because my clients that were not really into catfishermen much, they would see a 30-pounder and they're taking pictures of their 60 that they caught, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's closer to 30. and, and I didn't want to break their hearts all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and have a contentious situation. So I'm like, let's weigh that thing. So I mean, we weighed fish, but after a while, most of my clients got to know I knew what I was talking about. They didn't have to weigh fish anymore.
I tell you what I really like doing lately is fishing with the kayak fishermen, where they got the measuring board, they put it on and get the length, and you do a quick girth and you get an estimate. I mean, that's pretty cool. I like doing that. It's a lot better for the fish. The fish is supported all the time. You're not trying to hold it up with one hand or getting it caught up in a net and doing all this other stuff, or gripping it and trying to get it on a scale through its jaw and all that other stuff. You get a quick measurement, you get a quick girth, you can get an estimate on it, and it's back in the water.
Aaron, let me
you've seen mine stand, right?
Not to be disrespectful or anything, but I mean, the man up here in the top corner over here, close to my logo, he's caught multiple monster fish. We're not looking for somebody trying to tell us how to do it. He knows how to do it. I mean, if your method works for you, then that's good. And kudos to you.
I've had a couple of people try to tell me what to do.
But don't sit there and tell us. I'm not going. I don't know that anyway. And I understand the balloon method and everything. I use a float instead of a balloon method. You ain't got to tell nobody what to do or, kind of like guarantee it. Nah, I get you. That's why I said no disrespect.
Yeah, and I enjoy
we're seeing that, and some people use it. Some people tried, and it works for them. It depends on the situation they're in. We're fishing rivers, so in high current, so balloon Epic used a balloon. I seen him use a balloon. I think it was for a kid. What was that? Your kid's birthday party?
Yeah, probably.
But no, not to be funny. I get what you're saying because I have seen people use balloons to, drift their lines out further. But when you fish,
but the only situation in a river was the one that I explained, because I don't normally put a balloon rig anywhere but if there's reverse current going to an area that I cannot cast to.
Right. Yeah.
And it's an area no one ever fishes. I've been so busy with one rod being able to do that with monsters. It's been crazy because when those fish push up into those dams where you can't go, oh, look out. You never know what you're going to catch. It's going to be fish after fish out. You just throw all the other rods in the bottom of the boat and just float that thing out there into the ring of death, because that's what I call it.
Yeah.
If you get on top of those dams and you look down and you'll see where the gates are coming out, there's more fish. It's just black, sometimes black clouds of fish, and you can see fish lurking underneath it in clear water, like the Kaskaskia River. If you can get your bait, if they've got one gate shut off and the other one going, you can get on the backslide side of that, use a balloon, and just get that. You got a whole lot of slack. It's difficult, but 150 to 250 yards, you get that into that circle of that ring of death up there, and it's bloop, there it goes. As soon as it gets into that range, bam, it's gone, because those fish are pushed up there. And it's pretty incredible. And I wish for it a lot, but I rarely see it, especially on the Mississippi. Because usually they got every gate going.
Bob, I'm just saying.
And Bob, how's it going? Great job on Bob ran this first tournament this past Saturday with the Fish Wish. Awesome job. $4,000 raised for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Great job.
I watched the whole tournament today. And I actually made a comment earlier in Mark's live, but I never hit send. And I was like, nobody said nothing. They're assholes. And I looked, and the whole thing that I said was still in the comment. Stan was harassing me, and then Hayes was harassing me. And then I got a phone call, and I'm looking like, dang, ain't nobody said nothing. And I looked and I said, damn, I never hit the send button. But it was definitely a great tournament. I'm not saying it because I won. I don't care if I won or not. And this is real talk. It was fun.
I want a new run.
I'm not worried about that. And I had fun. I had to fish with Stan. I had fish with Haz. I fished with Chunky, Muskrat,
Roger.
I said Muskrat.
Ryan Bortz and
Ryan Bortz. It was 8 of us. But it was an epic time. We had a ball.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was so damn tired, and I went to sleep. While y'all was saying, that's the only thing that woke me up was damn drag. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. And, even as much as I fish that, I don't really get that many shots in a year's time at super monsters like that. And it is heartbreaking. It really is, because
I bet I felt bad. I couldn't go back to sleep.
You gotta land those things when it happens.
I wasn't even there, and I heard it, and I'd seen it after the fact, and I just couldn't go back to sleep.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that
find a way to find something else. But one thing for certain, two things for sure. I was just bullshitting when I said I would go with you next week, because the way you drive that fucking boat. I would take that motor off and I will get you a 20 horse. I would take Chunky's motor and put on the back of yours if I'm going. Because I think Chunky horse motor is like a 9 horsepower. Because you drive like a bat out of hell.
There, time. You got to make it happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. I think with when you know that you've only got a limited window,
Yeah.
it makes it hurt worse. Where if before you knew you could be out there that next day and that next day and that next day.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't hurt quite as bad because you're going to be right back out there. But when you know you've only got a couple more shots this year,
yeah,
at that same thing, I that just makes it that much worse.
Yeah.
If you miss them, don't worry about it.
And Brian, that's the other thing. I don't always drive if I'm in an area that I'm not really confident, because night's weird, you know, especially there where you have city lights in the, you know, and there could be a barge because they only put 2 little dim lights on the fronts of those things. and they're like 150 yards long and black and silent. I mean, they're dark as the dark is. So I'm constantly, if Shaw would ever show my head when I'm actually driving instead of my ass,
I trust me, I know
to get perspective, because man, you could really run into one of those and it'd be over. But
the barges are on Saturday.
I got to worry about a log.
Yep.
I hit a tree in the middle of the Potomac.
Yep.
Because it's floating down the river and it blends in with the water at nighttime.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna see it until I fucking come up on it. If I turn my boat sideways, shit, I don't, and I still hit it, it might flip me over.
See, on Saturday we had a barge. It was and you couldn't hear it, but it was maybe 30 feet from us, 30 feet from us, 4 wide. It was a 4 wide barge, 100 whatever feet long. And like you said, at nighttime, they got couple little dim lights in the front, and they got some lights in the wheelhouse, and that's it. That whole side is just.
You see, they get barges where they gotta have them bright lights on, and just where I had y'all on my iPad or my phone, and vice versa. I had Parker on my other one.
Yeah.
And they had a barge, but their barge was lit up. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. He got lights like crazy on the barge. Y'all had the spotlights on y'all. But you get barges sometimes that ain't got but a little bit of nothing. And you don't see it.
And we have them up to like 1,000 feet long. There's some that barely fit.
What about a sunken barge that's sitting there?
What's that?
What about a sunken barge that's sitting, that's just in the water?
Yeah, I love those. But
in shallow water, though.
You could hit those if they're sticking out of water and die. Oh, yeah.
No. I know you can, but I'm talking about what about the fish?
Oh, I fish sunken barges a lot.
In shallow water, probably 3 or 4 feet.
Sticking out of water, but sometimes
the barge is stuck. It's not going nowhere. Been there for a year.
Okay.
And the barge is just sitting there, and it's probably 3 feet, 4 feet of water.
Oh, that. You can still catch flatheads around it if there's any current going over it.
Well, no, it ain't no current because it's pretty much. It's probably on the outskirts of the current, but it's just. More so, it's there. I'm thinking, would you think some big fish would, hibernate, house around that?
Only if the right current's there, because I've got a ton. I mean, an absolute ton. There's more of that style barge on the Mississippi than there is the kinds that I fish. And I used to fish those that have shallow that are like, when the water's low, they're almost all out. But when the water's in, and I used to fish them and they were terrible until the water comes up and it's almost floodwater situation and the right current's there, then I'm busting big fish on them. Mm-hmm. But those are just the transient ones. It's the ones that are in 18 to 20 foot of water that are always good and always have current. But if you lose the current, you lose the fish. Except for your occasional flathead that forage is there, and I don't like to target fish that are going somewhere. I like to target fish that are already there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, and I'm like, this water, excuse me, water too shallow.
Yep.
For big fish to just sit around there. Even though big fish might lay up in that area, and that be the only
4 foot of water is fine. 3 to 4 foot of water is fine as long as it's got current. Because big flatheads will sit up in 3 to 4 to have the availability of good cover and the availability of bait fish all the time. They will sacrifice a little bit of depth. They don't have to, they can stay in 3 to 4 foot of water, but it's got to have nice current that goes in. It's got to have little crevices and pockets. Maybe they can get underneath the barge. Maybe the barge is like sideways and cracked in half and, all this stuff. They will go in there. And I fish, which I haven't done a live on it yet. I call them the Iowa barges. There's a series of barges. They're not deep. There's a video coming out about it. Sean catches a monster flathead in 5 foot of water just off the end of a sunken barge. And it's tilted. It's actually on shore gosh dang it. Like this side is up and out of water. And this side is down. And it's only 5 foot of water there. And right off the backside where that current comes, he catches a freaking, you'll have to wait and see. You have to watch it. I'm not even going to tell you. So, yeah, barges are great. We all know sunken logs are great, especially, with flatheads. And if they, intersect with the bank and they have the nice current flowing into it, maybe some floats them on top and it looks beautiful and all that stuff. Yeah.
But they definitely, I looked at it and I was like, dang. But when we went close up to it, I ain't gonna say we went close, but it was like, shh.
So Brian B,
this water ain't deep at all. So
your primary river that you fish is which river? I don't want to get it wrong.
Potomac.
That's what I was going to say. I figured that. The Potomac, didn't it have a pretty storied war history?
Mm-hmm. That's where I fished that deep hole at.
Okay, so any of those East Coast war historied rivers probably have some sunken ships that nobody even knows about.
No,
I'll tell you where to find them. Huh?
They're on there. They're on Navionics.
Oh, they're on Navionics.
Uh-huh. They're marked.
Are any of them in deep water with good current?
Mm-hmm. One.
Okay, one out of all of them.
Mm-hmm. Because that's where it seems like that is. But where that is funny because where it is, it's 2 wires running across maybe a football field apart. So you got to get in the middle of it or the outside of it. And if you catch a fish, you got to make sure you bring it up before anything because it will go across that wire and you done.
Okay. Well, that would be a point of interest if I fished your river that I would look for. I would also look for some stuff that's not on Navionics, and where you're going to find it is probably the courthouse.
No courthouse.
There's no courthouse in the county.
Stan got your number. What I'll do is I'll get your number from Stan, and I'll hit you and I'll show you.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna go out there this week, and I'll show you. And I'm talking about it's current.
Good. That's what you're looking for.
When I say it's current, is the water can be calm. That water's bubbling.
There you go. That is what I call an appetite, right?
It's 70-something feet.
Ass to fish.
It's 70-something feet, and I sit there.
How many?
Sit there, and
70?
It can be 70-something feet, but it drops down. My cousin said that it drops down to like 100 and something. And I'll drop baits down there, and I'll throw 2 rods out there, and I'll just throw 2 rods to the side.
Okay.
But I'll drop that and double my weight into that. And if my weight's not moving, I know my weight's good. But if they don't come out and bite, they just don't come out and bite.
Yeah.
But
have you ever thought about throwing it in?
It was the Maryland state record got caught right there at 84 pounds.
Okay.
But
yep.
The dude that caught the Maryland state record at 86 pounds, he never reported it. He didn't know that was the record. We was out there when he caught it and he put it back.
Right there.
He hipped and hollered and he said, I ain't fishing no more today. And he went on about his business.
Yep.
But he said it was 86 pounds. And it looked like it was 86 pounds too.
How old is this ship and what does it look like?
I couldn't tell you. It's in everything is it was an old fort. It was more so brick. So all you got is big boulders that's collapsed down in the water. But you got forts that still aren't broken down on the outside of it. It's at the corner of a lighthouse and it's on a curve. That curve.
So we're talking American Revolution age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got maybe a mile and a half worth of 72 feet of water. That's that deep where water is bubbling.
That's some monster habitat.
And right outside of that, it goes up to like 18 feet. It goes straight up.
Downstream or upstream? Or are you talking about
all across? It's all across. So you got basically here is 72 feet or deeper.
Okay.
I can go right outside of it. It's 53 feet, which is not even the channel. I can anchor in that 53 feet. I can go left and anchor in 13, 14, 18 feet.
Okay.
Let my boat drift back into the current and throw right into that 72.
Nice.
You got room to anchor up. In the boat challenge, I anchored up in 56 feet. But I was throwing in to that 70-something feet. That's what we put that 45 pounder.
Nice.
And it's just when they won't come out, when they won't bite.
Yeah, that's how it is.
You tease them because I give them different stuff. And it's like, shit, come and get it. But I think I need to try, which I haven't tried, was cut bait. Live bait. I have not tried live bait.
Live bait for blues sometimes works exceptionally well, but it's rare.
I prefer.
And I know this because
I prefer to use cut bait, some fresh cut bait with plenty of blood, and I know that would send them.
Yep, and the live bait seem to excel on tidal rivers when that tide goes slack.
Yeah.
And what we would do is we'd have our cut baits out when the current's going, but when that tide started to slack, then we just put live bait, shotgun them straight down with 8 ounces of weight.
Mm-hmm.
Usually white perch about like this, or big gizzard shad, 12, 14 inches. Right. And we did really well like that. And then by the time that boat swings over like this, now you just reel them in, put your cut bait back on, or leave the live baits on and throw out that direction. But most of the time we would reposition. But no, that sunken ship sounds good. That 70 feet and good current with some sort of obstruction and some sort of bait gathering apparatus like a sunken ship and some hidey holes and all that stuff. And don't be surprised if you don't land a big flathead in there.
It's not on that side. The flatheads are more so down the river, way down the river where Fishing Magician fishes at. He landed 2 today. You're not gonna see a flathead up on that.
Well, because he's in the rocky deal where it goes over like this and up.
Yeah, they got rocks.
Then they can get out of the current. But what I'm saying is
where he's at, we might be where he's at and where I fish at that depot. You're talking about probably 30 miles worth of water travel.
But
to where they won't even be, because blues are so heavy over there.
Okay.
They won't last over there. And my river is so wide on the side that they can try to come over there.
From you, or you upstream from him? Right. Brian, are you upstream of Fishing Magician, or is he upstream of you?
He's more so. I ain't even gonna sit there and lie. I wouldn't even tell you. I couldn't.
Okay, so if you traveled upriver, are you going to get to Fishing Magician, or do you got to go downriver to get to Fishing?
I'm pretty sure Magician is upriver from where Brian normally.
I think he's
right. So you're more in the type.
I'm closer to the. I'm more closer to the bay.
Right.
All right. So flatheads will still be caught down in the brackish water.
Man, it's spots where I go right there. It looks like they could be there.
Okay.
But I've never seen it.
How close is that sunken ship to the shore?
All right, Mark, not. See y'all later.
Lee Evans, no.
I'm going to say, maybe 75, 100 yards.
Okay, so it's basically in the middle of the hole.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's more like a lot of the ships on the James. There'll be 40, 50 foot of water, and all of a sudden you're coming along, and it'll bump up, it'll go across, and then it'll bump back down, and it's just a big obelisk-looking thing. And what it is it's an old barge sunken way down in a hole. So that's the situation you're talking about. I was thinking more like the ones I fish, where part of it's on shore and the other's like dribbled down off into 50, 60.
That joke is just a drop.
Okay. And so I agree with you now that you've explained it, where that ship is mostly in super deep water.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to have a bunch of flatheads. Because flatheads don't like 70-foot water. I mean, at least they don't like them anywhere that I know of besides like the Tennessee River.
Yeah,
Tennessee River, they seem to like 45, 50, 60 foot of water.
Hey,
They
Becca,
sure-
Becca.
Bob Finzenfine is saying, did Epic get new internet? Because this is the clearest stream I've ever seen them on.
Becca
I know.
Said she had to go buy Becca said she had to buy some new school clothes. Wanted to look her best for this class.
Oh, jeez. How you doing, Becca? Wow.
You know what, Becca?
My wife still has not gotten me the lab coat I asked for.
Well, that's right. We're gonna need it before next. Well, you're going to the CatCon in St. Louis, right? Are you doing that one too, or just the one next February in Louisville?
No, I'm doing both.
Doing
one's
both.
Kansas City and one's
Kansas City. That's it.
Yeah.
Kansas.
And one is in Louisville. The Louisville one, that's where I'm going. I got a room.
I don't even have a room yet.
Hey, I got a room.
If you're a speaker at that thing, do they get you your own room? I don't know.
Because I won the Iron Cat. So I got a free room.
Yeah.
And I got 4 tickets. I won 2 tickets, and then I won 2 more tickets.
And he hasn't even offered me a ticket yet. How do you like that?
Hey, Stan said he's gonna sleep at the door.
I'm gonna grab extra pillows from the room. I'll just sleep outside the door. That's all.
If there's a boat somewhere, maybe Stan can just sleep in that.
There you go. I don't sleep anyhow, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot.
I would tell Stan he can stay in my room, but it's staying in my room. How the hell we gonna go to sleep? We can't fishing all night.
And if you do, odds are somebody snores like a water buffalo. Because I know I do.
It's gonna be both of us.
Sean, he brings like earplugs, or he puts like a.
We're gonna shake. We're gonna shake the floor.
Hell yeah! I snore like a freaking wildebeest. Uh-oh. Phone
phone's about to die. 2 o'clock in the morning. I got to be up by like 6.
Oh, man. You better get
Yeah, we're probably jumping out of here in just a minute anyhow.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you coming up, Epic. Just like old times.
Yeah. This is early for old times.
This
old
is
times
true.
Like 4 in the morning.
Yeah. But it's been a while, so it was great.
Yes.
Anybody else got anything else out there in chat?
Oh, yeah, Lee. We definitely be there. And
Lee,
don't be surprised if we come up and you might think we a gang, because when we come out that van, we be a little deep. We think we bringing the whole Potomac River crew with us.
And they swinging by and picking up 2 stands on the way through. So
we're gonna be representing the DMV 1 ton part. Okay.
Nice. Yeah. All right, everybody.
DC, Maryland, Virginia. All right, Epic. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Thanks.
Have a great night, Tim.
Always good information.
And everybody I can't see in chat, hi. Thanks for coming in. That's awesome. Love talking to y'all. And you will see Sean try to get his soul back Saturday night on the Mega Waters.
Yeah, I'll be talking to you about that whenever you're ready. Next day or two, just give me a call.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Sounds great. See you guys.
Peace. Okay, and then there were 2.
Back to 2. Darlene Perry in the house. How's it going, Darlene?
How many times have we told you to get a room? Well, someone finally listened. You go, Brian.
Got a room, Brian.
I want a room.
Yeah, that was the whole reason I wanted to win one of those dang Iron Cats, was just to get the dang room.
All right, Rondell. Y'all go to bed. Don't be doing nothing funny now.
Good night. Good night.
Hope y'all saying good night at the same time.
Well, we definitely appreciate the Perrys being out there. Awesome people.
Absolutely. They say Epic in the building. We staying tuned. But I know y'all like to stay up all night. I love to too. But guess what? Me and Stan gonna have to say, because it's 3 in the morning. But you never know when we might come back on. We missed the person today. We might make it up this week. I don't know. You never know.
Never know.
Coming in and checking us out and staying tuned and chatting with us all this time. We're going to catch y'all on the flip side because we are out. Love you all.
Rebecca said,
hold up.
Dang, what am I going to do with these 45 notebooks now?
Oh, Becca. Oh, Becca. Oh, trust me. We're going to try to get them back in here.
We talked to Epic. We're going to get them on a schedule, have it planned out so we can
get them from the beginning. That way we ain't got to do nothing. We just going to let him run the show.
Yeah, we can just be all, the rest of us can just be up here like this. Boop. We can say, okay.
All right.
We can say, okay, Epic, catfish, go.
All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all too, man. We'll catch y'all one day this week. If not, we'll see y'all in the chat somewhere tomorrow, if not in 5 or 10 minutes. Peace.
Yeah, you never know.
Right.